are you? Yeah.
Oh, did you see the agenda?
Are you taking that on this?
Did you do the table again?
Yeah. You open up the doors, right? I hope you're right. That's not where I set the over-under though. But I'm sure the mayor's leadership skills will shine.
Right,
There you
go.
Right.
Can we call it again? We can all take turns.
You know who's famous for that? Is this young lady right here. The P and Z, you hear this phone, that phone, and that phone, and it was Debbie making it around, calling everybody.
Well, you know, there's a lot of try. Can't reach them.
That's right. Yep.
Try the next phone.
Yes,
And the next
and
phone.
How I do it, I call you. Right, that's like all midwife, like trouble.
Thank you so much for, we got pretty loud mic. Last time mine didn't work at all, I had to use yours, and now mine's really loud, so. I'd like to welcome you out this evening, so we will go ahead and begin our workshops tonight. So, regular city council meeting will not begin until 6 p.m., but we do have 4 items on our workshop agenda this evening. So we'll try to be concise on these and get through these in timely manner as possible to try to leave at least 5 minutes before city council meeting for 6 o'clock for some stretching and things like that. So let's jump in. So our first one is discussion regarding the formation of a new appointed commission entitled the Parks and Recreation Commission. And again, these are discussion items only. This is nothing in regards to approvals tonight. This is simply to provide information to the city council and to get feedback on these items. Well, this item, we do have our annual update from the golf board that our golf board chairman will be presenting, and then also from our airport chairman as well that's here for the annual update on those, and then also a community services annual update on that. So again, we'll begin with the Park and Recreation Commission, and Julie, we'll turn that over to you for that discussion.
Okay, yeah, since we are brief, I just made a little PowerPoint to explain kind of what we're thinking about and talking about with this. If you want to go, let's see here. Can I go, yeah, back to my, there we go. Okay. So as you all know, Caldwell is growing like crazy. The estimated population in 2023 is 70,000. We have an annual growth rate of 5.2%, and we've had 16.44% since 2020. We are now the 4th largest city in the state, and we need to consider how we approach our planning for recreation to create the best possible future and opportunities for our citizens. The purpose of a planning and a Park and Recreation Commission is to enhance the community's quality of life. This will help guide like our design of our parks, that we can have a well-connected, expanded pathway system and diverse recreational opportunities for all citizens. And this commission will serve as an advisory body to the mayor and city council on parks and recreation issues within the city. Okay. Oh, there we go. That's not working either. Can you maybe advance them for me? Thanks. Okay. Yeah, there we go. So the powers and duties of this commission will be the formation of new parks and the acquisition of land, the development of new pathways to connect and expand our current pathway system, the renovation and expansion of current city parks. Quite a few of the city parks are in need of some attention. and the implementing and updating of park policies and recreation program. For membership, the commission will consist of 3 to 7 members, including 1 youth member. These members will be appointed by the mayor and confirmed by the city council. Their terms will be 3 years long, except for the youth member whose term will expire on August 31st of each year to correspond with the school year. 2 terms are the limit unless 2/3 of the city council votes for an additional term, and no one can serve more than 3 terms. And I didn't put this on there, but the people that serve on this have to live within Caldwell city limits, and you can have 2 from within the impact area. The commission organization, we will have monthly meetings, unless there's nothing to discuss, then they will be canceled. I can call special meetings. Those can be called by the Parks and Recreation Director. There will be a chairperson and a vice chairperson, and if the commission feels that they need other offices, they could vote for that and elect those positions too. And the meetings will be subject to open meeting laws. And that is pretty much it. In a nutshell, I kept it really short and sweet since we don't have a lot of time tonight in case you guys had any questions. And I did provide you all with a packet that includes this presentation, and it has minutes from both Meridian and Boise's agendas from both Meridian and Boise's Parks and Recreation Commission, so you can kind of see some of the things that they discuss, as well as a draft of the ordinance that we'll be putting in place for this. So, does anybody have any questions?
Good. Thank you so much and appreciate that. And so just kind of maybe a little highlights, details, and we'll jump into some questions and any comments that the council has in regards to that. So currently we have the Pathway and Bike Routes Committee. It's been around for a while, so this would encompass that. So
Correct. Yes.
It would be kind of there'd be like a subcommittee branch, obviously within the Parks and Recreation, because that falls right in line with that, our pathways connecting our
Yes.
parks and things of that nature. So
Yes.
that would basically be encompassed by this new commission, if created and by the will of the council. But again, I think it's a great time for it. As you mentioned, the growing that we've seen, with our new Parks and Director position, it's an ideal time to kind of enhance what we have right now and kind of grow on that. So that is, if there was any questions on, what happens to the Pathway and Bike Routes Committee, I see
Yeah, there's a couple of
Mrs. Manning here, and I saw
Yeah.
somebody else,
Yeah.
Mr. Mann also here
Glad
for
they
that.
could make
So
it. Yeah.
on that are part of that pathway and bike route, the PBR is what they always
There we
call
go.
it for short. So I know I always thought when I started working in the planning and zoning, they talked about the PBR committee. I'm like, I like watching bull riding. And then I went and found out it wasn't quite as exciting as the bull riding
Not the
event.
same one.
So anyway, so that's kind of the thought on process for that. So with that, I know I saw some questions. I think Councilor Stoddard.
When you talk about terms, is that 3 consecutive terms, or can there be some interruptions, or 3 total, no matter what?
We didn't really address that in the ordinance, and that's something that we could put in there. The way it's written is for 3 consecutive terms.
Okay,
But that would be something to address. That's a good suggestion.
okay. And this is strictly voluntary, there's no revenue needed?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. It'll be very similar to like the Planning and Zoning Commission
Okay.
that we have in place.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councilor McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, congratulations on adding a younger voice, I think, on this. I think that's a great idea. We've talked about doing that on some other commissions. In my opinion, it wasn't quite a fit, but this seems like a fit, especially as often as our young people use these facilities. So I think it's a great idea. Julie, a few months ago, we were working on trying to kind of standardize our boards and commissions a little bit in terms of the amount of people on them and how often we meet. And I think some of these are really good. I support terms flipping over, but are we going against some of that we previously talked about a few months ago by doing some of these things, or am I just missing it?
I talked quite a bit to some of the people that have the other commissions and tried to pattern as much as I could, but if you have suggestions of how it could be a little more standardized, I would be very open to that.
I'll take a look at it, but at first glance, this looks like it's very well thought out and heading in the right direction.
Yeah.
And definitely as staff, we can look at that and have them, look and see, and our attorney also, we want to have them involved, see. Because, that's a great point, Councilor McGee, that, we are trying to standardize and kind of get them all similar on that. So that'd be good to kind of look at, what is kind of that standard form for that.
Yeah,
So
I
that's
agree with that.
a great comment. Other questions or any comments or anything that you'd like or would like to see change? Yeah, Councilor, all good.
Yeah.
Julie, it says in the packet that, they're advisory to the council and the mayor. Can you give me an idea how they would integrate with your position? I mean, are they advisory to you as well? Are you part of this commission, or how is that gonna work with you and this commission?
They would be advisory to me as well. So basically what it would look like, I guess, is that we would have these people in place to give their input and help guide the direction. So I can come up with ideas, but they're going to go first to the Parks and Recreation Commission, and then they would go to you guys with their opinion of what, they think of the idea or what it is that we're planning to do. So it's more of like a guiding, advising body for myself and all of you, as well as like our Parks and Recreation superintendents, anyone like that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Very good. Any other questions or comments? No? Okay, very
we did
good.
it. Woo.
So, excellent job. And like I said, so we'll take kind of those comments back. Staff will work on that, and kind of bring this forward in the future for, a item on the agenda that'll be open for discussion for the staff presentation and for the decision on council, but kind of was mentioned that these are all volunteer boards, very similar to what we have, like some of the boards that we have here tonight with our golf board and our airport commission, all advisory boards on that. So staff, like for example, the planning and zoning commission. So the planning and zoning director, again, they're advisory to the city council, so they don't have any control over staff, no advisory to staff, any direction given to staff. Staff runs those meetings, takes those notes, the minutes for those meetings, and then presents any of those proposals or suggestions from those commissions to the council as they review those things. So we appreciate all the hard work and effort you've done to put into that. I think it'll be a great thing and exciting. And it's a perfect time, as you remember, that there was that money that was approved for that pathway under Highway 55 and some additional money to expand our pathways and bike routes throughout the city. So it's a perfect time to really get going on all of that. So
that was a crucial piece. I was so excited when that got through.
Oh, that's great. Very good. Well, thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Okay, our next item is our golf board annual update report. So, Mr. Chairman, if you please come forward, and there's a good chance, I think, that many of the city council members do not know who you are. So if you don't mind taking a minute to kind of introduce yourself and a little bit of background, and then the time is yours for your presentation.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Chuck Boson, and I have been living here in the area for about 25 years now, and started playing golf at Purple Sage in the late 1990s when I first moved here. And I was recently elected to be the chair on the golf board, but I have been participating with the golf board for a number of years now. And so it's a privilege to be able to report, especially the last couple of years where we've actually seen some very positive things coming out of the golf courses. So my intent is to kind of provide a brief summary of some of the highlights and then maybe touch on a couple of things that might warrant some further discussion, and then a couple of recognitions I'd like to make as well. Over the past few years, the golf courses in Caldwell, being Purple Sage and Fairview, have made remarkable strides in stabilizing financially and returning to profitability. Under the direction of Brett Williams, operations has significantly improved, and the future of golf here in Caldwell is what I would say very bright. This year alone, we have seen an increase in profits over last year of 16%. And this is despite the unfavorable weather conditions that we seem to experience later in the spring. Last year was also a banner year, so the improvements continue to be significant. Ken Wheeler and his crew have gone far beyond just maintaining the properties. The courses are widely considered now some of the finest manicured in in the region and have earned a reputation for being a superior quality of playing condition. The junior golf program, under the direction of Pam Wagner, continues to be the largest and the best in the Treasure Valley. The Caldwell Women's Golf Association continues to grow, and each year it becomes even larger. They have actually become a model for community involvement with their service with Meals on Wheels and their efforts to improve the beauty and quality of the golf courses through their volunteering. The Caldwell Men's Association remains strong and is growing once again. And finally, the staff that work at the golf courses. They have, I think, brought things to a new level, and this is despite the labor challenges. I think frequently those who come out and play the golf courses frequently comment as they leave that their experience has been superior, and that's through the professionalism and the care of the staff there, as well as the quality of the playing conditions. A couple of highlights, as I mentioned, despite the poor weather, the revenues are up 16%, and that was in March, kind of right as we got second winter or third winter, whatever it was. And there is great optimism that the goal of a 20% increase year over year will be realized. Season pass sales have been pretty stable over the last several years. Despite the small increase in the cost, there really hasn't been an effect in the number of season pass sales. There may be a need to consider limiting the number of sales in the future, but for now it appears that they are quite manageable with the restricted and the non-restricted options that they sell. The green fees were increased slightly this season, $3 on weekdays, $4 on weekends, but Caldwell continues to be the most affordable golf option in the whole valley, and yet a much superior experience. Not just my opinion, but those that have come out and played. I play on a small amateur tour that we play all over the valley, and consistently they say, wow, Purple Sage is number one on our list. And that's because of the quality of the experience that they have. The course conditions, as I've mentioned, are always immaculate, have made strides, and this is, Ken Wheeler and his small crew have done the work of a very large crew, and it can't be sustainable. It's a very tough labor market, and in our board meetings, we've had some discussions about those challenges, but I think it's worth at least recognizing Ken and the crew and the miracle that somehow he puts together, just enough to keep things far better than the competition. The new carts that have been purchased have been a fantastic addition. They've not only brought in additional revenue, but have provided great relief for some of the availability and have enhanced the experience as well. With on a technology front, the auto or robo mowers, I'm not even sure what they're called, but they have been set out on the golf course. The range picker, it has enhanced that, and so it may be an option for helping with the labor, but it's also putting Caldwell on the forefront of utilizing technology and kind of sets it apart from the other courses here in the Treasure Valley. I'm not aware of any others that are using it to the extent that we are here in Caldwell. And then finally, as of the middle of March, there were 70 junior golfers registered for this season. Like last year, it's anticipated that number will probably need to be cut off at 100, just because there isn't enough room to manage that many kids. But this is by far the largest junior program of any of the courses in the whole valley, and I think the results, when you see the quality of golfers that are coming out of the local high schools, particularly Middleton, at this point, has been pretty significant.
Not really, well, They just do it in the right direction, for sure.
A couple of, just quick items, I think, that have been part of our discussion, our board meetings, and probably, would be, additional items to consider, and that is the parking. Parking continues to be a challenge, particularly on the weekends. And so when you go out to Purple Sage midday, and you've still got all the morning players out on the course, and the afternoon players are trying to find parking, they're starting to go into the neighborhood, parking along Purple Sage Road, and it's probably not a safe situation. And you know, I had the opportunity to meet with Mayor Wagner a couple months ago, and that was one of the items that was discussed as well. And so we would, as a board, we would encourage continuing those discussions and finding opportunities to change that and improve that. Costs related to inflation and other demands, including fertilizer, fuel, equipment, those continue to increase at an alarming rate. Usage of the food and beverage offerings at the golf course. On any given day, you can go and for the most part, the golfers fill the cafe area there at Purple Sage, and so the question is there an opportunity to increase that, or just recognize that it's doing well and is turning a profit at this point? Cart storage, the labor market, and again, equipment, as I mentioned before. Just in conclusion, a couple of, I guess, recognitions that we would make from a board. First of all, Brett Williams came to Caldwell, to the courses here a few years ago, and was kind of on a mission to find opportunities to be profitable, and we recognize that he has done a phenomenal job. Not only in increasing efficiencies, but the quality and the dynamic of golf here in the city. Ken Wheeler, again, what he's accomplished in this labor market and the quality of the golf courses is, can't be overstated. Braxton Miller has been a wonderful addition. He brings a level of professionalism and enthusiasm that is highly welcomed. He's very good with the junior golfers and has been a huge asset for Pam and the junior program. And finally, just some recognition for the Caldwell Ladies Golf Association. They have really set a model for a community-involved organization. It isn't just about attracting women to the game of golf, but they have gone above and beyond with their charity service to Meals on Wheels. Again, they're volunteering at the golf courses, the tree fund, and there's a number of other things that they have been highly involved in, and I think is deserving of recognition. With that, I will, stand for any questions or comments.
Very good. Thank you so much. I'm glad that you mentioned about the parking. I was going to ask you, what do you think we could do out there? And that's definitely one of those things. I know it's been amazing to see the tournament out there, and it's so nice that it's making money and not being supplemented by the city budget. And so, I've talked, I think we mentioned it, and I've talked with Brett and said, as that continues to prosper and to make money, we'd love to put that money back into the course. So they can use that to, enhance the parking that's out there, the cart storage, whatever improvements they need to make out there, updating the clubhouse. So, that's the goal, and I think the council would share that, as they make money, then they should use that to enhance and make it even better so they can continue to make even more money in the future. So, appreciate your willingness to serve out there, and what you do. And it's a gem. It really is. I know Purple Sage Golf Course growing up, obviously I played out there in high school and all that, and had some really nice big tournaments, and we want to get a lot of those back. And so it's a great asset, and it's neat to see what they're doing out there. And Ken, I agree, he's like a magician, just what he does with the limited staff that he has, and of course still looks in terrific condition. And so I know I appreciate all that they do, so for that. So questions, Councilor Stoddard, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, Mr. Rose has an outstanding first name, so anyway, I can remember being on the, board back in 2015 to 2019, and at that point in time, the city and taxpayers were, actually subsidizing the course, in some years, $250,000. And after I got my feet wet for a couple of months, I thought that was just a tragedy, and we needed to change, and you folks did. We made a management change, which Mr. Williams is, like you say, just fantastic, and now we're in the black. And I know at that time, everybody thought it was a sacrilege that the golf course had to make money and not be in the red all the time. So all of you, you had good ideas on the board. I think that's great. Ladies, outstanding what you've suggested too, and I just hope that, in the future that you continue to take advice from Brent, because he knows how to run golf courses. He knows what's needed and what isn't needed. And, the other thing, as far as Mr. Wheeler is concerned, when we get into our budgeting for this coming year, I hope that we can make some changes to help him out too, because, he just can't go on like he has in the past. He's about worked to death when I was there, and we need to make some changes there, and maybe some additions, but, outstanding job in a small amount of time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other questions or comments, any council members? Yes, Councilor Allgood.
Yes, sir, thank you. I love the report, it's awesome. Can you touch on Fairview just a little bit?
Sure. So, Fairview, just like Purple Sage, has had a significant turnaround in their profitability. With the carts situation, I think adding additional carts for Fairview has been a huge benefit in increasing the revenues and the accessibility to golfers. We're almost at a point where instead of just having open tee times, that we really need to start maybe budgeting that time a little bit better and trying to set up tee times so that we can maximize the access to the golf course. But as far as the quality of the conditions, again, improvement. The biggest challenge that we have there is the water and keeping it green and working with an antiquated system. But again, they have found ways to. I know that they've worked with the city and managing the well and the water and the resources that are there.
Yeah, follow up?
We serve a little bit of different clientele at Fairview, correct? It's kind of a different, are most of our juniors at Fairview, or are they going to Purple Sage as well?
The younger junior, so the junior program is primarily at Fairview. Some of the older ones will now, just because they're just the volume, there isn't room to host that many kids all at the same time, so they are utilizing Purple Sage a little bit. But yeah, that's more of an executive course. It's a little bit shorter. It's a little bit more geared for beginners, and so it's a perfect, ideal setup for the juniors.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, very good. Thank you again for your service. Really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Coming down. Okay, so that moves us to our Airport Commission annual update. Chairman Kahn, thank you for being here this evening.
I appreciate
You're becoming a regular down here. So. And we also want to recognize our airport manager who is here in the back, Mr. Rob Oates. Thank you for being here this evening. Okay, Chairman Kahn, the time is yours.
Thank you. I have a few type pages that you may have, I'm not sure. I want to start by thanking the airport staff, Rob, Lisa, and Brent, who really run the thing and have helped get this thing going in the direction that you want. And they have Toby Epler from JUB that provides really good support with FAA grants and that kind of thing. As you know, you adopted a master plan that was adopted on November 15, 2021. In the last year, the FAA finally approved that. And the Airport Commission takes that very seriously, and we're trying to implement what it is that's in the plan. As you probably know, the airport name changed again this year to Caldwell Executive Airport, which the users really like, so that was a good change. On item 4 in my presentation are some numbers that I showed you last year, and I want to re-emphasize the economic benefits the city gets from this airport and highlight one important development. The numbers in the 2020 report, do you all have that? Well, just to be quick, the number of jobs were 341, earnings, the payroll for those jobs, about 14 million. Gross domestic product from that, 25 million. The output generated 56 million, and local taxes and fees, 1.6 million. And importantly, that was based on the aircraft count at the time, which was 400. Rob tells me the current aircraft count is about 535, so that's a 34% increase. So I can't say that those numbers have increased 34%. I checked with the Aeronautics Division to see if there was an update to these numbers, and I don't think there is. But they have increased, and it's because people are coming to this airport to the extent they can find hangars and tie-down space. Item 5 is an update on the master plan costs. I also shared these with you last year. The total expenditures that were in that plan are about 43 million. The city share of that's only about 5%. So you'll spend about 2.2 million out of the 43. So that's, in my view, a really good return on your money. Some key activities, and if you could refer to that chart, item number 1, there's a building that was sold, 5001 Aviation Way. That generated $335,000 for the airport. So that money just came into the airport fund, so that was very good. Item 2 is called the farmhouse. It's where the airport cafe was. A firm was selected to build on that site, and a development agreement is being negotiated between the airport and the selected firm. It's about 20,000 square feet, so that will be a nice revenue addition. Item number 3 is what we call the northwest parcel. A firm has also been selected to develop that. And number 4 is the northeast parcel, and that's also having a development agreement negotiated. And item 5 is what I've referred to sort of loosely as the canal side lots. Those are the lots between Airport Way and the canal. And the Airport Commission at the last meeting voted to go ahead with trying to find lessors for those. And to move it along, a subcommittee, myself, Randy Neary, and Rob, was appointed to get an RFP out and try to lease those and generate revenue. Some 2023 projects are in my item number 7. They total about $550,000. One is the airport siding, the control tower siding study, and the other is some pavement rehabilitation. And again, the city share of this is only about 5%. So of the $550,000, the city will need to find about $27,000. The financial results from the FY22 audit, income and expense, the budget was $2.9 million in income, expense of $3.1, and a loss of about $168,000. The actual results were different than that, $1.7 in income, $1.4 in expense, and about a $240,000 gain. So that was positive. FY23 to date, the numbers I got from the finance department as of April 27 are my last item. Income, the budget was $1,084,000, year to date $527. Expense budget $1,070,000, year to date expense $344. So you can see that the net so far is ahead of where the budget is, but there'll be some more expenditures in the last half of the year. So I'm not sure exactly how that will come out, but it's looking good so far. So those are the highlights of the year. I'd be happy to answer any questions or get any direction that you can provide.
Very good. Thank you so much, Chairman Conn. Maybe I'll just note real quick, Director of Aviation, that application or that job opening is out, and I know we received, I believe, a few applications for that. So review on those, I think it was the first part of June 6th, to look and see what we've got. But we have, I know from what I've heard, I haven't seen them yet, but one very promising application that's come in. So that's exciting to know that we do have interest from across the country. I know one, I think, was from Austin, Texas, and I'm not sure any of the others, but it's good to know that we have people applying. So it's good, but that's exciting. So that is out there and posted, and we did get that out on many sites, and I think you had helped in figuring out some good sites to put that out to make sure we could get a broad
I can't take any credit for that.
on that. So, but I appreciate all that you do out there and everything for the airport. Questions from council? Any comments?
I'll jump in, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, go right ahead, Councilor Allgood.
Yeah, thank you, appreciate it. The aircraft master plan, the base aircraft master plan, forecast that by 2039, we'd have 493 planes out there,
Yes,
and we're already at 535.
yes.
So do we need to restructure our plan a little bit, or has there been some discussion on that?
Well, I think the major items in the master plan are to ultimately expand the runway to handle a larger sized jet aircraft. One thing that I didn't mention, which is actually on your agenda tonight, so it hasn't gone through, is there is some acreage on KCID Road that's going to be purchased to allow some expansion on that side. But I think when these parcels that I referred to are built out, that's going to kind of be the end of the expansion for based aircraft. So I think the plan is pretty good for now. The tower siting study has been moved up from where it was in the master plan to give a little more control here. There's an issue that's come up with the helicopters and the fixed wing and the drop zone, so Councilman Williams wants to address that, so that'll be on an agenda. But I think the plan's pretty good for what's happening.
Very good. Any other questions or comments? Okay.
Thank you very much.
So yes, thank you, and we appreciate your service. Again, as was noted earlier, the Parks and Rec Commission, these individuals are not paid to fill these positions. I've actually had the opportunity to meet with actually two different schools today, Elevate Academy and Thomas Jefferson Charter School, and encouraging them to be involved in their community and just expressing to them how grateful I am for our commissions and willingness to serve without pay. And a city, really cannot function completely without those people willing to volunteer and step up. So we really do appreciate that very much. That moves us to Metro. Let's see if we get back to my agenda here. Metro Community Services Annual Updates. We appreciate you being here. So, obviously a lot of new faces up here. So, if you don't mind, just introduce yourself a little bit.
Of course.
And then the time is yours.
Debbie. Good evening. I'm Grant Jones, the CEO of Metro Community Services here in Caldwell. So, Mr. Mayor and Council, I want to first of all just thank you so much for your ongoing support and partnership with Metro Community Services. We're observing our 50th anniversary. And it's hard to believe that, but we're truly grateful and blessed to have been in Caldwell for 50 years and to be able to serve the citizens of Caldwell. As Julie and others have alluded to, the growth is phenomenal, and so we're right there with everybody else, nonprofit or for-profit, trying to deal with growth. But I think that's an exciting position to be in. 2022 was a very good year for Metro Community Services, and 2023 is following suit so far. We continue to make a significant impact on the lives of seniors, disabled, and economically disadvantaged folks in Caldwell. I want to share a few highlights. Once a teacher, always a teacher, so forgive me for bringing a little show and tell this evening, but we introduced a brand new look for Metro Community Services, a brand new, fresh brand for the organization. We were a little bit stuck in the past, if you will, and we felt it was necessary to just rebrand a little bit. So that's our new brand. We involved our board, we involved our employees, and ironically, and this never happens, everyone unanimously picked this logo. So I don't know if that would ever happen again, but that was a pretty good position to be in. We thought we'd have 10, 12, 15 different ideas, but everyone picked that one, so that was great. We're in the process of changing everything over, our vehicles, our materials, our signage, all of those things, but that takes a little bit of time, so that's a work in progress. I want to share a few examples of how we truly are impacting the citizens of Caldwell. Since COVID, ridership on our door-to-door on-demand transportation service has been difficult. We've had 6,585 boardings in the past year, but just to give you a little bit of an example, in 2019, pre-COVID, we were just under 14,000 riders. So you can see that we've been affected by that, impacted by that, just like everyone else. But one of our goals is to rebuild that. So you'll hear a little bit more about that in a second. But I want to give you a few more examples of how things are really moving forward for the citizens of Caldwell. 57 households in Caldwell receive full-service housing and weatherization services. And just to give you an idea what that entails, it's everything from doors, windows, attic insulation, floor insulation, duct insulation, HVAC, water heaters, full energy efficiency measures. So that's pretty significant, primarily for seniors, veterans, and low-income individuals. We provided monthly grocery cards to 37 seniors through our Adopt a Senior program. And as you know, seniors often live on a fixed income, and by the end of the month, they're really running low on money. So at the end of the month, we provide these gift cards, and they're all paid for by sponsors, many of whom live in Caldwell. 26 homebound seniors receive a daily telephone call through our ECHO program, and that's really a reassurance call. And that's very important because for many of these seniors, they're homebound. They have no contact with anyone, no one to check on them, no one to see how they're doing. And so these ECHO calls are extremely important, kind of a lifeline, contact with the outside world. Our representative payee managed 49 clients who have a very difficult time managing their own finances. And that tends to be a very important program. And we help people so they're not going into debt. They're not spending money they don't have. Our Senior Medicare Patrol aided 75 seniors through the cumbersome and often very difficult to understand Medicare process. We also offer that assistance in Spanish, which is very critical. In fact, I would say the majority of the folks that we serve are Spanish-speaking folks. And in addition to our local seniors, the Area Agency on Aging has asked us to fill in the gap in the Magic Valley, and so we've been able to help the Magic Valley Senior Medicare Patrol program as well. Our Meals on Wheels program continues to help Caldwell, and I know Meals on Wheels was mentioned a little while ago, but due to staffing shortages, volunteer shortages, and a cap on the number of meals, they came to us and asked if Meals on Wheels Metro Boise would help provide additional meals. We're very grateful to do that. The demand is growing. More and more seniors are needing the service. We provide services to 104-year-old and to 101-year-olds, and they're able to live independently. And so we're more than happy to help Caldwell for the foreseeable future in terms of meeting those demands. And so they don't have to worry about the cap that's been placed on them in terms of the number of meals that they can provide. I want to also look ahead to this year that we're about halfway through already, hard to believe. We are continuing to work to restore our services to pre-COVID levels. I alluded to the fact of our transportation issues and the decrease in ridership, but we really are making a conscientious effort, concerted effort to bring all of our programs back to that pre-pandemic level. We're building kind of a case for three key areas in our organization for really focusing and putting a lot of our intentional efforts into. One is the transportation, one is the weatherization and housing, and Meals on Wheels. We are launching a Welcome Aboard campaign for our transportation. Again, we're looking at different ways that we can try to build that ridership back up and provide more rides to important medical appointments and grocery stores and different things that seniors need to do. And this program will actually emphasize personalized attention, quality service, professional image, an element of surprise. We'll have some fun with it, and overall passenger focus. Campaign materials will also be in Spanish, which we think will be very helpful. And in the fall, we're going to hold our first annual community-wide race for the rest of us. It is a fun and wacky 0.5K event, and I did say that right, 0.5K, but it's going to provide awareness to Metro and hopefully bring a little revenue. But we think it's going to be a fun thing to do. I attended one in Washington State to get a little bit of an idea. We own the rights to it in Idaho, and you'll have donuts halfway through to keep your energy level up. And I mean, you know, it's going to be a tough one. You'll have to really prep for it, kind of like Race to Roby Creek. Not really. Not really. But we're going to have a lot of fun with it. Our employees are coming up with very creative things. In fact, we have to kind of put the kibosh on some of it. It could be a little too much for that 0.5K. There's not that much distance there. And then I've also mentioned before, and I'll mention again tonight, we're working very aggressively towards a build-out at our Caldwell facility in Sky Ranch. And one of the things that we want to do is build a kitchen to serve Meals on Wheels. We also serve folks in Middleton and Emmett and some other areas outside of Ada County and Caldwell. And then again, we want to continue to help Caldwell. We think this kitchen will be very helpful in allowing us to increase that capacity. And then we're going to have a cafe, which will add a little bit of a sustainable revenue source for us as well. And then I just want to kind of wrap up here with some of the growth in community. Demand has actually brought challenges, but it's also brought opportunities. All of our services are in demand. It doesn't matter if it's transportation, Meals on Wheels, it doesn't matter. They're all continuing to increase in demand, and the need is there. We're trying to be very strategic and very intentional on how to best meet the growing needs of a growing community. I don't think any of us would have thought Caldwell would be what it is today, just even a short time ago. And I think the future is just, I mean, we're going to see continued growth and continued demand. But we also at the same time then face funding and budget restraints. And so there's that fine line and that effort to always be kind of balancing and jockeying those two things. We value your continued support and collaboration with Metro Community Services, and on behalf of all of the citizens of Caldwell, we're extremely grateful for the $9,000 that you provide to us each year. We earmark that really for transportation. It helps pay for some fuel and offset some driver and dispatcher employment costs, and so we're really grateful for that, and we thank you very, very much for that. We do pride ourselves on providing critical services in Caldwell with a little bit of a hometown feel, and we never want to lose that. We only want to build on that reputation and brand, and Caldwell's funding certainly helps us achieve that. We thank you again so much for your partnership with us. We're proud to have been a part of Caldwell for the past 50 years, and we're really looking forward to being a part of Caldwell for the next 50 years. So thank you so very, very much, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions or hear any comments that you might have.
Thank you so much for being here. Really do appreciate all that you do, and it really is amazing. I remember I first got to know Metro Community and what they do when I was planner for the city, when you were building the new structure out there in Sky Ranch, and I'm like, you weather, you do this, you do that.
Yeah.
It's nonstop, and what they do for our, aging population, and it really is a miracle what you do, and so needed. So thank you for that. And I think you never know what they're going to do next. It's like, wow, they do that too, and they do. So it's great. But yeah, I'll have to put that 0.5K. I've got 5K for the 4th of July. This one sounds a lot better. So
and we'll give you plenty of time to really get geared up for it. So we'll give you time.
Yeah, by the time you stretch, you'll be done with the 0.5K on it. So very good. Thank you so much. Questions from any council members? Any questions or comments?
All right. Thank you again so much. We appreciate it.
Really appreciate it. Okay, well, hopefully this is a sign of things to come for tonight. So very efficient and got through that, got a little extra time. So we will end this workshop this time. Again, no decisions made. This is just for information, our annual updates that we get from each of our commissions. We appreciate the Golf Board again for being here, our Airport Commission, and also Metro Community Services, and for all that each of them do, and then also for that discussion on Parks and Rec Commission. If you have any other thoughts or ideas for Julie and for the Parks and Rec Department in regards to that commission, you feel free to email her, reach out, talk to her in regards to that. So, and we will end this workshop at this time, and we'll be back at 6 p.m. sharp for the beginning of our regular scheduled city council meeting. Very good. So just give us, wait, there we go. Okay, now I can hear myself. Very good. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. I'd like to welcome you out this evening. This is our regularly scheduled city council meeting for Tuesday, May 16th, 2023. We'll begin this evening with an invocation offered by Pastor Tony Van Manen. We appreciate you being here, Tony. It's great to see you always, what you do for our community. So you please stand for that invocation, then remain standing afterwards for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let's pray. Our Father in heaven, we thank you so much for our beautiful city and for every person who lives here. We thank you for those who serve in so many different ways here in this community. And we thank you for those who lead. We thank you for our mayor and each of our city council members. We pray that your hand of guidance and protection would be on them and their families. And bless now as they make decisions that help support the structure and the safety of this community. We pray that you would guide them in a special way by your grace, and that you would give peace and order to this meeting. And we thank you for these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much, and thank you again, Tony. Really do appreciate all that you and your wonderful wife do for our community and everything in that regard. So thank you so much for being here and for that. Madam Clerk, if you please call the roll.
Doty?
Here.
Stotty?
Here.
Register? McGee? Allgood?
Here.
Williams?
Here.
Very good. So all city council members are present and accounted for. Are there any conflict of interest declarations from any members of the council regarding an item on the agenda this evening? Okay. So we do have a few special presentations. So our first is an update report from Elaine Clegg from Valley Regional Transit. So Elaine, if you'll please come forward, and the time is yours.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Really excited to talk about the things that have been happening at Valley Regional Transit since I started 3 months ago. Kind of hard to believe. So I'm Elaine Clegg. I'm the new CEO at Valley Regional Transit. Many of you know me from my service on the Boise City Council for many years. I also worked for Idaho Smart Growth for a very long time, and in fact was part of the very first meeting on the Indian Creek Plaza project 25 years ago. So it is really a pleasure to be here in Caldwell. It's a wonderful city, and it's so exciting to see the success of the things that you've been doing here. I have with me our principal planner, Kate Dahl, and she'll be presenting part of this. I'll let her talk about the ridership numbers and the objectives. But I'm going to kick it off. Let's see here. What do I do? Which button do I push? Okay. So this is our annual update. We'll be back during budget with some more detail, but wanted you to understand where we've been over the past year and the things that we're seeing. So in 2022, and I am speaking to 2022 because that's our fiscal year that's complete, and we can talk for sure about the accomplishments there. In 2022, we were successful in getting a RAISE grant to continue to work on the Bus Rapid Transit Corridor project on State Street. We were also successful getting a low-note grant to continue to electrify the fleet in Ada County. Those are both important for you, I think, to know about. We're going to be talking later about a project to look at the Nampa-Caldwell Boulevard and some of the improvements that might be made there. And these are the same kinds of grants we might go for after that project is complete, and if you all decide you want to go for some of these improvements. We've also been working to implement a lot of improvements at the Happy Day Transit Center, including replacing the roof and the HVAC, and we found that that's triggered some electrical improvements. I think it's the same adage as starting work on any old building. The more you dig in, the more you find. So that's where we are with that particular project, but we're moving along. And we also completed some really important studies in 2022. First and foremost for you, the Connected Canyon County project. That project, and I'll talk about it in just a moment in more detail, really gave us a lot of insight what the residents in Canyon County would like to see from a transit system. We also completed a bus typology project, which is helping us understand how to make the bus stops more informative, easier to use, and more convenient for riders. The regional van pool study showed us that there's especially room in Canyon County for more van pools. We're following up the beginning of that study with a study group that will come forward with recommendations for how to do that. So watch for that in the next year. Our integrated mobility plan continues to grow. When we started, it was mostly how do you get people to park once and then use transit to get around, and now it includes micro-mobility and first mile, last mile, and lift connections and all sorts of things. So we've actually just hired a new integrated mobility director, specialist, and he's working to update the plan with all the pieces and parts. We also have a specialized transportation plan that we completed. This includes things like rides to senior centers, rides to wellness, rides to various job sites. And with it, we've concluded that there's a more efficient and effective way to run that system that likely can end up offering more rides to more people, more hours of the day. Again, we'll be bringing a little more detail on that as that plan goes before our board and gets some acceptance. We also did a study for CUNA, looking at how we could get residents from CUNA up into the center of the valley so that they could access some of the key transportation corridors. And then finally, in the Ada County side, we are also updating the facility we have there, which is out at the airport near Boise on Orchard. So Connected Canyon County was a year-long process. We included 50 of the community organizations here in Canyon County, asked them what kinds of services their customers need, the folks that they serve. We, not surprisingly, found that they want safe, reliable transit, but they also want it to be frequent. That's something we haven't been able to offer as much in Canyon County as we have in Ada County. So that's one thing we're looking to do better at over the next little while. They want it to be affordable and easy to use. They're really appreciative of the kind and useful customer support that they get when they work with Valley Regional Transit customer support folks and drivers. It already connects to some critical locations, but really of interest to them is to connect more often, more frequently to more of those critical locations like daycare and medical, shopping, and work. This is something that I know you deal with every day. They know that transit supportive land use policies would help transit be more successful by delivering more riders to the door of transit on the places where that exists. And then finally, they like what they see in some of the transit hubs that we have already and would like to see more of those. So again, we're working really hard on that. One of the key points is that their feedback led us to pursue with Compass an effort to do a Nampa Caldwell Boulevard study. And that study, we hope, will show where are the key points on the boulevard that we need to serve better, what are the ways we could serve it better, what are the particular things we could do to keep buses moving. So right now, one of the problems on the boulevard is not very reliable because of the traffic congestion. We've found on State Street that we can do things to mitigate that. And so the study, we hope, will show us what those things are. Now I'm going to turn it over to Kate, who's going to talk about some of the ridership trends.
Good evening, council members. I'm Kate Dahl. I'm the new principal planner. I've been there about the same as Elaine, 3 months. I am a Caldwell City resident, and I'm a little embarrassed to admit this is my first city council meeting. So thank you so much for having Elaine and I. I do just want to run through our ridership data with you so you can better understand who's riding when and what routes. It looks a little loose. There we go. Okay, first of all, of course, our ridership during the COVID pandemic dropped significantly. Since that time, we have continually regained ridership throughout last year and this year. When you combine both our fixed route and on-demand, it continues to climb. And this year in fiscal year 23, we're seeing, we're 10 to 15,000 riders a year higher than we were in the last 2 years. So that's really good for transit for the valley. Routes, here's the service area that shows City of Caldwell. As you know, we offer an on-demand service, which is referred to as Route 150. This is similar to like Lyft or Uber, where you can schedule a ride on an app, except for rather than being curb to curb with a passenger vehicle, it's actually through one of our cutaway buses. We also operate 3 fixed routes, the 40, which is called the Nampa Meridian Express, the 42 that goes from Happy Day Transit Center to the Town Square Mall, and of course the Caldwell Express that circulates downtown here and goes straight into downtown Boise. Gotta push it just right, huh? There we go. So here's a heat map that basically shows for the on-demand service, basically what the hot spots are for the pickups and drop-offs. Of course, it's a lot of what you would expect. As far as pickups, of course, Happy Day Transit Center, a lot of transfers coming from our other routes there. Flying J out on 84, Thomas, Jefferson, and Smead over by Sky Ranch, and then also close to there, KCID Road and Enterprise, which is close to Crunch Fitness, and then Westmount Valley Medical. Some of the drop-offs include over by the Valley View buildings on Montana and Longkey, of course, College of Idaho, the public library, and both of the Walmarts. So a lot of practical locations, people getting to where they live, to medical, to get food, to go to the library. So currently our on-demand service operates up to 4 buses. It operates from 8 to 5 Monday through Friday. It will only operate the max number of vehicles during the peak periods. But right now we're only able to about fill 63% of those seats, and that's because we have more demand during the peak times than we have vehicles to operate. So sometimes you may hear residents complaining that they can't get a ride. It's because we have peak demand and not enough vehicles to accommodate them. But right now, the average wait time for most riders is 18 minutes, and the distance of the trip is about 8 miles. For the other routes, public transportation overall provides over 85,000 boardings here in Canyon County. That includes the fixed route, the on-demand, specialized, and paratransit. Those are special services for vulnerable populations, including seniors, low income, and the like. So as we discussed before, ridership is increasing since COVID. We've seen pretty good increases on the 40 and 42. 43, we've seen a bit of a drop, and the 150, we've also seen a bit of a drop. I'm going to get this thing figured out by the end here. There we go. On-demand 150, again, what this heat map demonstrates is the potential reach of public transit within your service area and basically the population that we could reach. Although we're doing the ridership that you saw in the previous slides within a 15-minute time period within the downtown area here, over 3,000 people could walk and get on public transit here and get farther. 30 minutes, that ups to 34,000 people. And then, of course, the farther you go, you can reach Nampa and beyond in 45 to 60 minutes. And with that, I'll turn it back to Elaine.
Thank you, Kate. Now I have to go back up. So one of the things I did when I came on board was begin talking about getting back to our vision, which was completed in 2018. It's called Valley Connect 2.0. This is the map from that vision. You can see the rail corridor is prominent and, of course, serves downtown and serves the boulevard quite well. But additionally, there are more routes even in Canyon County than what you have today. And importantly, a lot of them are more frequent than what you have today. So we've gone to a color system. Those of you who are familiar with our map, you'll see over the next little while some changes to it. Right now, you'll look at the map and there will be a whole bunch of different colors, and every route will have a different color. Instead of doing that, every route that is premium or frequent is going to be green, and that green will denote 15-minute service or better. Local will be blue. If it's a bold blue line, it'll be 30 minutes. If it's a less bold, it'll be 60 minutes. And then anything in purple is only peak hour. So right now, you all only have peak hour, and what we'd like to do is move toward more frequent service in your area. So we ask your residents, we ask all the residents in the valley what they'd like to see in this. But before we go there, talk about why this is important. And it's because, as we learned in Valley Connect 2.0, transit saves time and saves money for people if it's done well, if it is frequent. You look at the congestion we see on the boulevard, on the interstate today. Every bus, if you can fill it, if it's frequent enough that people ride it, replaces 19 cars. So, and people today in this valley spend $1.5 billion of private money to move themselves around. Many of those are folks who don't have a lot of extra disposable income, and to the extent we can reduce that for them, that's income that gets spent here in the valley and income that makes their lives better, disposable income. The typical family spends $9,000 a year per car that they own on moving around. So we started this initiative called Better Bus. It includes better bus routes, which is how do you make the routes better and more frequent? Better bus rides, what are the things on board that can make a ride better? We already have a lot of the things that you see on that slide. And then better bus stops, we'll talk about that in a little more detail in just a bit. And regional rail, some of you have heard, I've been working for the last 3 years to figure out if there's a way we can begin using that rail out there for passengers as well as for freight. And don't have any more detail on that one particularly, but we'll continue to work on it. There's a tension at play when you talk about transit, and it is this frequency versus coverage tension. The more frequent the route, the more service you get, the better the service is on that route. The more places routes go, if you're spending the same amount of money, the less frequent they will be, and frankly, the less convenient and easy to use. And so trying to bridge that tension and find the balance area has always been one of the things that Valley Regional Transit has done. The Valley Connect 2.0 suggested we move toward the frequency side of this. Right now, we're somewhere in the middle. And so one of the things we ask with the Better Bus Initiative is, what would you like to see? The reason that's important, so imagine you have a software on your car that only allows it to start once every hour for a minute. You got to get out there in that minute, get it started and go if you're going to go somewhere. It's kind of tough, right? Got a software upgrade now, you can start it every 30 minutes. So you've got 2 minutes in that hour that you can get out there and use it. Wow, we got another software upgrade, and now I can start it every 15 minutes. Sort of just a way to illustrate how important frequency can be to people who use transit regularly. It makes all the difference in the world about how they plan or don't have to plan. If it becomes more frequent, you just go out and expect the bus to be there, and it will be. But if it only comes once an hour, you can't really do that. So folks in Caldwell told us that they really supported better frequency on their bus routes, a lot, not just a little, but a lot, 89% of them. Only 5% said not at all. While this isn't a lot of numbers, we only did this for a month, and it tracks pretty well with what we saw around the rest of the county. Frankly, your riders are more interested in frequency and more interested in rail than the rest of the valley, not surprisingly, where you're located here. Better bus rides and better bus stops, yeah, they want those, but the important thing to them is let's see if we can make the bus system better for us, and then those other things might follow. And then the next question was, how much do you support your city or county funding these projects? And again, we saw really high response saying, yeah, my city and my county, I would like it if they would be willing to support these. Would make my life better. Just a little bit about our funding. We're not surprisingly, given the fact that we don't have any dedicated funding, we're quite low compared to almost all of our peers. I didn't bring the slide that shows how much we serve for that. We're quite efficient using that money, providing a lot of service for the money, but it's still well behind what our peers can provide. So we're hopeful that with just a little bit more money and better planning and all of those things that we'll work toward providing even better service and more efficient service with that little bit of money we get. One of the other things we learned during Valley Connect 2.0 is that 80% of the residents in the valley, and this one was a scientific survey, would be willing to pay $250 a year themselves more to get better transit. And more than 60% would be willing to pay $500 a year themselves more to get better public transit. So as I come into this job, I'm going to keep that in mind and work toward improving things to the extent I can. A little bit about these better bus stops. These are an example of the kinds of platforms that we'll be building in high-frequency routes around the valley. They're a little bit taller so that boarding is a lot easier. The bus can lower itself just enough that often it's almost level boarding with these platforms. They all have a shelter. They have a trash can. They have protection from riders on the bike lane behind, and they have the truncated domes on the front to remind the users where the edge of the road is. So we'll be working hard to introduce these kinds of bus stops everywhere we can provide the frequent service. So in response to that survey and in response to our budget this year, we began looking at a system redesign. If we don't get more money this year, we're going to have fewer service hours. It's a function of a 61% increase in compressed natural gas and a 20% plus increase in wages and 25% plus increase in parts and supplies to maintain the buses. So we We know how important the services are, but we also want to be cognizant of staying within our budget. This is the service that we have today, and again, this goes to those new colors. So the green is those frequent routes, the blue is the local ones. None of those have 30-minute service all day today, so none of those are bold. Some of them have 30-minute service peak hour. And then the purple ones are only peak hour service. So we hope that going this way to the map will help people who ride because they can see at a glance, oh, this one would be really more convenient to use. Okay, what'd I do? It was working really well for me. Now it doesn't. Well, there we go. So this is what we have proposed if we do have to cut service. So same budget, fewer service hours. As you can see, it cuts the 43, and we recognize that that is a route that has been long cherished in Caldwell. It provides a direct connection to Boise. We don't like the idea of cutting it. On the other hand, we think that the number of riders today could be moved to a van pool if they're willing to do that and served as well in the short term while we figure out what to do on the funding side. What it also does is take the 40 and the 42 and combine them into one route and run it all day. The logic behind that is right now those only run at peak hour, and while they are much used routes and their ridership is growing, they're only useful at certain hours of the day. And with the changes due to COVID, we found that peak hour is less important than it was a few years ago, and that all-day service is a little bit more important. We also proposed if we could increase our budget and continue to have 90,000 hours of service to really increase the frequency on the Ada County side of the ledger. This particular map, doesn't show any increases in frequency on the Canyon County side of the ledger, in part because we hadn't done these presentations before we put this map out, and we had to do this to start getting public input. Without those presentations, we were hesitant to add hours in Canyon County because we weren't sure if they'd be supported. However, we think that there's a real opportunity to add some hours in Canyon County, and with that to potentially increase ridership even more in Canyon County than what we saw in those ridership slides. Not surprisingly, our system redesign isn't very popular with your residents because it does cut services on those inter-county routes. And so those red lines are people saying, no, we don't support these route revisions. The green is the ones that are okay with it. The comments are a little bit more across the board, and the comment section shows a lot of routes that are in the Ada County side where we are proposing at least to increase some service. And the important thing about this is that we recognize that change is hard. We recognize that what we've proposed may not be what we end up with, but we also know that the comments that we're getting from the public and from all of you are going to be really important in what the final revisions, final proposals we end up coming up with are, and those will happen in June and then go to the public in July. With that, I'm going to turn it back over to Kate to talk about our objectives, and then I'll, at the end of that, wrap up quickly.
Thanks, Elaine. So our 2024 objectives, of course, as Elaine mentioned, is the Nampa Caldwell Corridor Study. We super excited about that one. I mean, the Boulevard has a lot of potential. There's a lot of potential. We already have the rail line down there. Of course, there's the road that goes down there. It's the biggest commercial corridor really in the county with a number of businesses. there's a lot of opportunity there. Tomorrow, actually, we are having a meeting with our stakeholders to discuss the initial scope of work for this, and we'll be working on that to get it out to start that project later this year. Better Bus next steps, we, as part of our service change that we're going through in the signage that Elaine mentioned, this fall we'll be putting that new signage out on all of our bus stops. That's really going to raise the visibility, I think, of our bus stops. Right now we have pretty old signage. Not all of our bus stops are standardized. Once we start that process, it'll be really evident to people as they're driving down various streets and roads around the valley, there's a bus stop. And the other thing about that is with the new colors on our routes, it'll be easy for people to walk up to the bus stop and be able to identify which type of service and how useful it is to them. Here's the signage that shows that. So the route, for example, we'll have Route 3, frequent service. You'll be able to tell if you come up to the bus stop that this is something that comes every 15 minutes without having to go online or go on your phone. You know, you'll be able to know you can wait there and it'll come. Same thing with local and or peak. You show up at the bus stop and see that it's a peak route and you're like, oh man, I gotta wait for another hour. You know, that gives you opportunity to go do something else. Some of the other information that'll be there, supplemental signage, which will basically outline the bus stops right there in person, and then bus arrival, real-time bus arrival information. So you're standing at a bus stop and it feels like forever. It could be 2 minutes you're waiting for the bus, but if you don't know when it's coming, it feels like forever. But if you're able to look at the bus arrival information and you know that it's 5 minutes out, you can plan your time better. One of our objectives as well is the Beyond ADA. Currently, so besides our fixed route service and our paratransit service, there's other specialized service, and I'm sure you guys have seen it around here. We have subcontractors that provide shuttle service that are under all different names. If people want to utilize those rides, they have to call that company directly. What this proposes to do is to centralize that, so there's one phone number for people to call. Currently, some of those providers only operate on certain days of the week. They have overlapping areas. By basically having VRT be able to cover all that coverage area and deploy those vehicles, basically people will get better service. And they'll be able to go to more places more often. They'll be able to book in advance, and they'll be able to connect with our other mobility services.
All right, we'll wrap up here. So we think there are some real opportunities in 2024. We're already hearing from your residents with the proposal that we put out there on service changes that they want instead Better Bus, that they support both the cities and counties and Canyon County to support that. And so we would like to explore some routes in Caldwell. You guys used to have those, the 52 and the 54, I think. And I think it's possible for us to meet some of the goals of the folks that we've heard from in your community by exploring some of these routes over the next month and a half as we begin to finalize what these services might look like. We think it's very possible that could help with some of your parking problems downtown. We think it's possible we could explore doing event shuttles. We're exploring doing that in Ada County with the BSU football games and some other events there, and think it's a model that we could bring here as well. So mainly what I would, I guess the nod I'd like tonight, if you're amenable, given all the information, I know it's a lot that we've just given you, is the ability to explore these possibilities over the next little while, come back to you. I know all of us are in the throes of trying to figure out our budgets, and we're continuing to work on that. We know, last year we gave you a budget number. You understood that this year it would be a little bit higher. That number is still good. If we explored some of these routes, it might be more, but we'd like to at least understand how much more and let you all decide if it's worth it or not, rather than us just saying, no, we don't think they do that. So with that, I'll stand for any questions, but hopefully excited to begin exploring a future that includes better service for your residents.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. That was a lot of information, but very good information. So thank you so much for that. Questions from council at all? Any comments at all? Very good. Councilor McGee.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Elaine, I think this is for everybody. In this community over the last few years, we've made a couple of big bets, on Indian Creek Plaza, on North Park, Smead Parkway area. And I think it behooves us to continue to look at transportation opportunities, especially in those areas. We've invested millions and millions of dollars, both in the plaza and in those industrial parks, and continuing to examine ways to get people easily to and from them, I think is probably best for everybody. We've had lots of discussions over the last several months about parking, especially downtown, and what a great problem to have. We didn't have that 5 years ago, right?
Yeah.
But it is something that we need to address, and this is one of those ways that we can address it. There are other ways as well, but this clearly is one of those ways that we need to examine and say, hey, is this going to work for what we want to do long term? So I commend you for bringing those forward. I think those are, I believe those are areas that need to be studied in order to keep people moving around, not only in the Treasure Valley, but particularly in Caldwell.
Thank you.
Very good. Yes, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Any other comments, questions? Okay, very good. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much. And always available, anyone who wants to call or email. If you have any other questions later, I'd love to chat. Thank you again.
Very good. Thank you. I'm sure we'll be in touch again soon. So thank you for coming out and visiting with us. That moves us on to our next special presentation. This is a report from the Audit Committee, City Treasurer and Ide Bailey. So whoever's going to kick it off, you're more than welcome to. Who drew the short straw?
That's right. Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Bobby Lawrence with Ide Bailey. I'm the audit partner on your audit engagements, and I've having her hand out a little cheat sheet for you because I'm going to go over some of the reports you've been given, and instead of having you flip back and forth the pages, it's just easier to have it there. And then if you want to dive into that later on your own time, you can do that. Or if those trigger questions you might already have through your review, happy to stand for those as well. Ide Bailey has been your auditor for a long time. We appreciate the relationship we have with you. We are the premier governmental entity auditor in the Treasure Valley. We have a office of 120 CPAs in Boise, Idaho. We service lots of state, local governments, school districts, universities through our staff here. We don't import them from elsewhere. And what that means is you get a good team who knows you guys and come back year after year, and you don't have to worry about training people all the time on your audit engagement. So appreciate that relationship. You had a change with Rochelle taking on some new responsibilities this year, and normally that's a frightening thing for an auditor. But I'd like to commend Rochelle on the great job she did getting prepared for that. That's she may not have told you, but that is a ton of work for her to get ready for an audit, and she did it as flawlessly as you can do it, as I'm going to go over with the results here. And so thank you to her for being prepared and doing that and getting that done for us. So big picture, what is an audit, right? I'll tell you what it's not. It's not an insurance policy. So we don't rubber stamp those financial statements, and then if something goes wrong, we do a big payout. We actually spend about 700 hours with various levels of our staff, and we come out here and we test things to source documents. We do predictive tests to say what should it be. And we go through and we test all the significant balances. Does that mean every dollar in there that's reported is perfect? No, it means it's materially correct, right? So that you should be able to rely on those financial statements in making your decisions, and others, your constituents and other people can rely on those to be materially correct as well. So again, we got 700 hours of people asking Rochelle a bunch of questions and getting documents. That gives you a scope for how much work and effort that poll is for her. So thank you again. So on the reports, you have before you the city financial statements, the city single audit, which is the federal funds audit, a letter to governance, and then you also have the trust plan statements and the letter to governance for that as well. I'll quickly summarize and say it's all clean, okay? But I'll give you a little more detail on that. So for the city financial statements, pages 1 through 4 are our audit opinion. And again, those are clean opinions or non-modified opinions. But a couple things to note in there. One is there's an emphasis of a matter paragraph for the implementation of what's called GASB 87. The Government Accounting Standards Boards said, in the past, you just had to disclose that you had long-term leases, both receivable and payable, okay? They made a change this year and said, now you have to put those assets and liabilities on your financial statements, and that's new. So that took, again, a bunch of effort from Rochelle to get that conversion done, and we audited that, but we had to tell you that that process was done in that report. Also in that report is some new language that talks about your responsibility for consideration of going concern. If there's something you know about that would indicate a going concern for the city, you'd have to analyze that, and then as auditors, we would have to analyze that as well. It's always been our responsibilities. We just have to now put that in the report and tell you about it. So if you're looking at that saying, we're not a going concern, why is this in here? Just new language that's required. You're not. We didn't have any issue with that. The report was issued with no findings. So in those reports, if we had problems, if we had material control deficiencies, if we had adjustments we made, we'd tell you all about that there. That language is not in there. The governance letter, again, some new language required in there. There's a section of significant risks, and it goes through 3 or 4 things on risks that we've identified as we did your financial statement audit. This is a planning exercise for us. We're required to do this. We've always done this. We just now have to tell you about it. So those aren't new things or things that are of extra special attention. It's just things that we've considered. And then there's also discussion there again on that implementation of leases for GASB 87 and some disclosure of your significant estimates in your financial statements. Not every number in there is an exact number. There's things in there that you do an estimate on for liabilities, that sort of thing that we audit and opine on and we tell you about it. And then some significant disclosure items as well. What's not in there again is there were no difficulties encountered during the audit. There were no corrected or uncorrected misstatements. That's if we find something we think needs to be changed, we have to make you change that. Or if we find something that's not big enough to make you change it, but still big enough that we need to tell you about it, we'd tell you about it there as well. None of that. And no disagreements through the process. That second reporting package is the single audit for federal funds. We're required to audit certain portions of that federal money you get, make sure you're spending it in compliance with the grant agreements, with the federal requirements. So there's 2 different reports in there related to that. Pages 1 and 2 is the clean opinion on internal controls. There was no non-compliance noted. And then pages 3 through 5, clean opinions on compliance, again with no findings. So you spent $2.3 million of federal funds during that fiscal year, and we audited 543,000 of them. There's a big matrix that tells us what we have to do, and that's what it came out to this year. And that was the State and Local Recovery Fund program. I'll pause there and ask if there's any questions on the city audit piece of that or those reports before I go on to the Health Trust.
Any questions at all from the council? Okay, looks like you're good to proceed.
Okay. So on to that second set of reporting packages, again, similar. The opinion on financial statements is on pages 1 through 3, again, unmodified or a clean opinion. There were no leases in the Health Trust. You don't have that GASB 87 language. And again, you have the going concern analysis in there. And then pages 13 through 14 are a clean opinion on internal controls with no non-compliance. And the same comments on the governance letter, new languages regarding risks identified, and no disagreements, entries, corrections, that sort of thing. So again, very clean on both of those. I'll pause there. Any questions on those?
Any questions? No?
Okay.
Okay.
Going back real quickly to the government-wide, or the Caldwell government financial statements, there's really two sets of financial statements in there. One is what's called a government-wide, which the standard said, we're going to make you convert this whole thing to what an enterprise would look like, a business, make you convert everything to full accrual instead of your modified accrual like your general fund is done on, in an effort to say over time, are things improving or deteriorating, right? So on the second page of that handout, I've got a couple of graphs there. And the first one shows the summary of changes in net position for all your governmental funds on a government-wide basis in millions. Okay, so this is, in essence, net income, if you will, on the government-wide basis for your governmental funds for the 2016 to 2022. And again, that trend line is going up. You had a blip in 21 because of some grant money, which you can see in that next graph below. It was a pretty steady trend, except for that second little bucket of grants had a peak there in 2021. And so again, over time, things are trending in the right direction on revenue side and net income side, if you will. And then the next page is general fund, looking at unassigned fund balance. So in essence, fund balance you can spend. And again, that has seen a positive trend since that sort of low level in 2017-18. And then the graph below that, general fund changes in fund balance, or again, net income. And it kind of goes up and down because general fund subject to that budget appropriation process. And so, but you know, if you draw a trend line there, again, that's trending in a positive direction. So numbers are only as good as the information you can get from it and the decisions you can make on it. So hopefully that helps put some perspective around where you're headed. Any questions on that I can answer for you?
Any questions? Okay.
Thank you again. I'll turn it over to Michelle.
Thank you, Council and Mayor, for having me here tonight. Mr. Lawrence there gave quite a big overview of the process, the audit, and the assurances that are provided by the audit company. I'm going to get a little bit more detailed with some of the numbers that might be presented to you, or that will be presented to you. The first one I want to review is the CFA, which is the Schedule of Expenditures for Federal Awards. I did hand those out to you. I was short a little, so some of you may have to share if you do want to flip through, but I also have copies on the screen here. So it's page 7 of the document. Not sure if it's the PDF page, but the page 7 on the CFA report there. One more down. There you go. So the total federal expenditure awards for the city was for 2022 was $2,294,010. The major programs that were that consumed the bulk of that were our CDBG Community Development Block Grant Program, $492,252. We had some FAA airport funding come through, total amount of $1.1 million approximately, and then we had about $543,000 spending in ARPA funding, or also known as SLFRF funding, state, local, federal recovery funds. Before I go on to the city highlights, do you guys have any questions on the CFA financial report?
Any questions? Okay, you're good.
Okay, so on the city financial report, I'll start by highlighting on page 19 the fund balances that we have for the general fund and the street fund and our other governmental funds. General fund balance
came in at $38,199,839. Included within that is $5.8 million for public safety, which is for fire and police, $6.5 million approximately for capital outlay. 4.5 of that is held up in impact fee funds. We had 69,000 approximately that was non-spendable, and 673,000 that was assigned for city projects in the current year's expected fund balance use. That left 25 million for unassigned. Within that, the city has decided to reserve 30% of general fund expenditures based off of the 2023 budget, which leaves out of that 25 million listed as unassigned, approximately 11 million of that is to be reserved for general fund operations and cash flow. Also listed there is a street fund balance on page 19 of 11 million, almost 11.4 million approximately, and then the other governmental funds approximately 6.7 million. Other governmental funds include funds such as economic development, library, parks and rec, airport, and our other special revenue funds. On the enterprise funds, on page 24, I'm going to review the statement of net position, which also ties back to the cash flow statement. So our unrestricted fund balances for our enterprise funds: water is coming in at 17.1 million fund balance, sewer's coming in at 27.2, sanitation approximately 2.2, and other enterprise funds is a total of 3.8. Other enterprises includes golf, streetlights, and irrigation. And those are the highlights I have for the city financial statement. Do you have any questions before I move on to the health trust?
Any questions? Yes, Councilor Ogden.
Just a couple. Rochelle, would you explain just a little bit the 25 million unassigned?
So that is funds that are currently sitting in the general fund. They are not restricted to any other fund use and other than general fund. So those are revenues that have been coming in that were in excess of expenditures for general fund services, which include the departments, building, mapping, planning and zoning, clerk, mayor, finance, IT, all those departments. So that's an excess in funding there.
Current budget year, I mean, in the budget session we're in, or we're seeing that over by the end of the year? I mean, is that?
That will be what you are looking at in the upcoming 2024. That'll be the number that you'll be looking to, minus the 10 or 11 million that we're going to have reserved. So remember that included in that 25 is about 11 million, which is that 30% number that we are holding as a reserve for operations and cash flow. So the amount available to potentially spend in the upcoming 2024 budget is around the 15 million, which is the remainder of the 25.
Yes, please.
And one of the things I love it when we do these audits. One of the things I'd like to highlight is how much long-term debt does the city of Caldwell have?
In 2023, I think it's under 2 million. Let me look at that real quick. Very little. We will be paid off at the end of this fiscal year. We will have no long-term debt. So actually, there is no long-term debt. The only debt we currently have is current because it's going to be paid off in the current year. But
yeah, I know the answer to that question. I just like to emphasize.
You want to emphasize? Yes, the city will be debt-free at the end of fiscal year 2023. So, yes.
Very good. Any other questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilor Strauss.
Rochelle, if we took the ARPA and /COVID funds away, how would we stand financially?
I don't think it would change our financial situation. Currently, you know, as mentioned in the CEFA, we used about $500,000 from CEFA funding, all on programs that
qualified under the.
that qualified, but I mean, as far as like looking at without the funding, there is one program that we're currently using. A lot of the projects were one-time, one-and-done projects, right? So, equipment, machinery, things like that. There is one project where we gave an incentive to fire and police, to increase pay, to help have retention, because we were having retention issues in those departments. And that is something that if we didn't have, those two divisions would likely not be doing as well as they are today. And we have plans to be able to have that funding available when that money runs out from ARPA. But I think that would be the only program that would be affected. The benefits of having the program currently are that we are able to provide additional infrastructure, equipment, and things like that, which are mostly one-time, one-and-done projects. So the long-term effect would potentially be a maintenance on the infrastructure or equipment that we're purchasing.
So with our new budget season coming up, I assume that you'll be reminding us what those numbers would be without the ARPA and COVID revenues,
correct.
right?
Yes, me and Raylan will be working closely to make sure that we are taking those numbers into consideration as we move forward in the next year or two. I think ARPA funding, obligated funds have to be obligated by the end of 2024. So we still will include ARPA funding in the 2024 budget. In 2025 is the year that we'll be actually looking to make sure we identify and planning in 2024 to make sure those funds are set aside for that in 2025.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Final report is the City of Caldwell Employee Benefit Plan Trust. The City of Caldwell is self-funded with their health insurance plan. And so this financial statement just gives you the information related to those financial statements for that trust. The main information I felt would be beneficial to you is on page 5. It has a condensed financial information page, which identifies a summary from prior year to current year. And it shows that we ended 2022 with about $2.4 million in excess or cash assets and whatnot. And that the fund balance or revenues over expenditures was $2.4 million. That was an increase of $190,000 from the prior year. I'd say overall, in terms of the time period, that fund has pretty much stayed relatively within that same range. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Very good. Thank you so much. Any questions from council? Okay, looks like you don't have any, so well done.
Well, thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you for hanging out with us for a little bit. We appreciate it. Okay, so that is our special presentations for this evening.
Mr. Mayor, while you're doing that, I would just point out, and kind of on Mr. Allgood's statement, is again, there's no debt at the end of the year. And I don't know, Rochelle, I don't know how many years in a row we've done this. I was on the audit committee for a couple of years, but we've had a clean audit for as long as I can remember, which is really remarkable and speaks to the people we have who are doing those things, and to you now, Rochelle, and to Ide Bailey and everybody involved. This is pretty remarkable that we'll have no long-term debt and we continue to have these clean audits year after year after year. It's a credit to the employees who work on this.
Very good. Thank you so much. Appreciate those comments. And yes, we have some of the best. So Rochelle and Raylan, appreciate all the work and effort, and they are doing an amazing job. And so we appreciate you very, very much. Okay, that does move us to audience participation. So we have a couple people signed up. I know Paul Mann had signed up, but I don't see Paul here anymore. I think he left. He was here for the Parks and Rec Commission, so I think he was here for that. And we did have Mr. Mike Kaplan that did sign up for testify. Come forward. So if you please come up, and then we'll allow you 3 minutes to discuss that item. I believe it's regards to the swimming pool. If I'm not mistaken.
Okay,
So if you could limit your remarks to 3 minutes.
Okay, I'll try to be quick. This is like the third or fourth time that I've been before the city council over the last 3 or 4 years about the swimming pool, which is always supposed to be fixed for the following year, and it never is. I just rode by it today. again, we have the same mound of dirt that's been up there for 3 years. Last year when I was here, I also was proposing that the geothermal water underneath the pool be used to develop a spa, and there seemed to be some interest in it, and some plans were being made, but I haven't heard anything more about it since then, and I assumed that it was going to happen because I hadn't heard anything otherwise. And then it's another year going by, and the pool isn't fixed. It's an eyesore, and it's something that is a benefit to the entire community and to the entire area. And yesterday, I was kind of spurred on to actually come here and try once more to see if we can get some movement in getting the swimming pool made, because people love it. There are people that I do water aerobics with at the Y who keep on waiting for the pool to open so they can swim outside, and they don't have to go to Argonne, where there is evidently a pool that they can use where they can swim outside. So yesterday, I don't know if you heard on the news, that more children die of drowning in Idaho than any other state. And one of the things that the pool offers is swimming lessons for children. And I get this every 2 or 3 months because there are grandmothers that I do water aerobics with, and they always ask, when is the pool going to open? So I wrote a letter at the end of last year. I suggested that maybe someone could contact the governor, since they're $2 billion in surplus, and it was going to cost $6 million in addition to what you had allocated to fix the pool to develop a spa component. And I did write to him, and I did carbon almost everyone I could think of on the letter. I haven't gotten a response. I don't know if the mayor received it, because when I called his office, someone called B. Kido was working for him, I believe, B-K-I-D-O, and he said to send it to him, and he would make sure that you got it. But it went to Brent and Rand McDonald and everyone at the Parks and Recreation. And I know there's a new lady there who's the director. I called her twice. I got no response. So I just want to read you. I'll give everyone a copy of the letter, which covers all these points. But I would just want to read you a couple of paragraphs from it, because it states it better than I can say right now. And I said, when the repair first became known, which was the repair because of an electrical problem and electrical bonding, I learned from Megan Nancolis that the pool area is located above geothermal water that could be used to heat the pool and potentially surrounding buildings, which would reduce energy costs and help the environment. Actually, last year, someone also told me that if you use that geothermal water to improve the heating situation, you get some kind of tax rebate from the government for using renewable energy. At that point, it struck me that besides the immediate pool area, a geothermal resource could provide the basis for a year-round spa, offering immeasurable health benefits and a destination point that would enhance the entire area. It would continue the unique offerings Caldwell already has, the world-class Christmas light spectacular, and Idaho's only outdoor ice skating area that attract and build business. So I'm just here again to see if there's any interest, any improvement about what is actually going to happen to the pool. And it's not going to be another year where you drive by it and nothing is done, although things are talked about.
Very good. Well, thank you. We appreciate you coming down. So I have some information on that. So unfortunately, as you've seen, the pool will not be open this year. I know the hope was to have that done. Costs had come in extremely over, as you mentioned, what the original amounts were going to be. So will not be open this summer, but we do hope, and as we were just discussing with upcoming budget hearings that we'll be having, budget discussions, so proposal looking at getting some new bids. So we're in process of working through that. The bids that we had are, I know, over a year old, Mr. McDonald. It might even be 18 months or older than that on that. So we're actually working on getting new bids. Obviously things have changed a little bit, have settled. As far as pricing goes, it was just kind of going through the roof about a year and a half ago with concrete and steel and rebar and all of that. which just took the cost just through the roof. So things have stabilized, so we're working on getting a new bid to see what would it cost to get the pool up and functioning, again, the original thought was kind of expanding it, doing some water slides, things like that, which we'd love to do in the future, but right now I think the focus is what does it take to just get it up and operating again, regarding, fixing the pool decking, fixing the leak that's in the pool. So looking at getting some estimates on that and then bringing that to the council as part of our budget discussions. As was mentioned, we do have a good amount of fund balance, additional fund balance over what we really need to be solvent. So putting that before the council is an option to use some of that fund balance, depending on, that bid and that amount that came in, to use that to get that pool up and going again. Possibility of next summer, I don't know where they're at as far as getting the parts needed. I imagine that we could and should be able to do that. But again, that'll be a presentation and discussion during our budget workshops coming up in July on that. And so that'll be part of that presentation. So we'll be working on getting the bid before then and bringing that to council and get their thoughts and discussion on using some of that fund balance to improve that.
The figures that I had last year was that it was going to cost like between $2 and $3 million to fix it as you needed, and there were additional costs because of concrete and everything else because of COVID, et cetera. And that and there was going to be some designs being done for a potential spa situation, which would cost an additional $6 million to construct, which seems to me to be a very reasonable investment based on the success of the Springs in Idaho City, where you have to book like 2 weeks in advance in order to even get into it. I think that it's the opportunity to create a destination point here that can attract people throughout the area. And I was also wanted to know whether or not the governor's surplus, anything could be used from that to approach him to contribute to fixing the pool. There's an article in today's paper that they've got a budget of $148 million for parks and improvements, and which is an increase of the previous year of $5 million. So his interest is in this area, and perhaps, I don't know whether or not state funds can be used for this in addition to the budget money that you have in the report that you just gave.
Yeah, I know we have two wizards that can find the answer to that question, and they're both here in this room. So we'll definitely look at that. We like to look under every stone, every rock that we can to see what we can use for that. So we'll look into that. But yes, it is still at the forefront. I know, I think all of our minds, because we hear about it from many people. But yes, so we will be discussing that in the next few months on what we can do to.
Okay, well, here's a copy of the letter. CC's on it, but and I kind of covered that with you, but I'm really certain that if you do get every new person that I talk to about membership of a spa gets excited.
Very good. Well, we do appreciate you coming this evening, and again, I know that we are looking into it, and we'll be discussing it again in the next few months. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. So that moves us into our consent calendar. No amendments to the consent calendar. Do we have a motion for approval of the consent calendar?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor Doty.
We have some amendments, I believe. Or wait, these are corrections to the new business, aren't they? So nothing to the consent. Sorry.
No, you're good. Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
So we have a motion for Councilor McGee and a second from Councilor Register for approval of the consent calendar. Madam Clerk, any discussion on that motion? Okay, and actually, sorry, we do have it up and ready for voting, so voting is open. And all votes are cast, so voting is closed, and that motion does pass unanimously, so the consent calendar is approved. Now we go into new business, and yes, I believe we do have an amendment to our new business.
We do. Mr. Mayor, corrections to the new business. Action item number 2, correct ordinance number to read, consider bill number 21, ordinance 3505. Action item number 5, correct ordinance number and case number to read, consider bill number 10, ordinance number 3494 for case number ANN 2300.
0007. And then last is remove number 10, allowing staff and legal counsel additional time for review for the request.
Very good. Do we have a second for that motion?
Second.
So we have a motion from Counselor Doty and a second from Counselor Sadek for amendment of the regular agenda as was noted under new business. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes and the agenda stands as amended. So that'll put us into, again, new business. So we're on to action item number 1. This is a public hearing to amend the appropriation ordinance by adopting a budget amendment for the Capital Maintenance Fund, HRA VIVA Fund, and Agency Fund. Who gets to be the lucky one to rail in?
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. So, I'll kind of give you a little background before I talk about this. So, with my new role, I came in and trying to figure out what's going on and what the process is with budget. And I know you guys have heard the word budget amendment a lot within the last year. Those are actually not official budget amendments. Budget amendment has an official process designated by Idaho Code. You have to have a public hearing. It has to be published twice in the newspaper. So there's specific processes that you have to go through. So the spending authority that you guys have approved has not been adjusted. And so part of this is we are looking at the budget, making sure that we don't actually need it, or do we need it? You've just approved the purchases. So the purchases are still going through. It's just that we have not increased our budget to what you guys approved back in August of last year. However, I did come across 3 funds that we did need to increase the spending authority through. The first one is the Capital Maintenance Fund. This is for the Simplot and Wolffield. We approved a payment from fiscal year 22 that got paid in fiscal year 23. So that is why we don't actually have any spending authority. However, we needed to make this payment, and so this is something that's why we need a budget amendment for this. In the future, a new process that I've put in place will prevent this in the future, so that anything that is rolled over, we'll make sure that we do have an accounting for it. For the HRA VIVA Fund, this is where we pay out for retirements into a health savings account, and so we never can predict retirement, so this is kind of a flex. And so we do try to predict. In this case, this is an adjustment we always have to do at the year end. We're just doing it mid-year because we have overspent it. So, and then the agency fund, we are hoping to get rid of this fund and have one less fund this next year. We worked with the county to take over the funds that the FBI Metro Task Force funds that were in here. And so this took care of the rest of the fund balance. And so there is now a zero fund balance in here. So we just need to have the spending authority for these 3 funds. In the future, if we do need to do a budget amendment, the hope is to bring these quarterly if there is a need for them, so you're not overwhelmed with them. So.
Very good. Thank you so much, Raylan. I appreciate that. Questions from any council members?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Doty.
We just get the figures of what those are. You said one was already paid in 23 from 22, right? And what's the figure?
So the amounts that I'm requesting for the Capital Maintenance Fund, an increase of $20,000. For the HRA VIVA Fund, it's an increase of $37,750. And then for the agency fund, it's $1,800. So total increase is $59,550.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Very good. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. And it's so great having, again, Raylan and Rochelle, kind of those new set of eyes and make sure we're doing things correctly. So we appreciate bringing that to light. So we do not have, this is a legislative matter. We do not have anybody signed up to speak on this item. We would stand for a motion to close the public hearing testimony portion of this new business action item number 1. So we have a motion from Councilor McGee and a second from Councilor Doty. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. So now we do have the bill and ordinance. So again, this is bill number 21, ordinance number 3505. So I'll read it by its title only, and ask for a motion for its passage. So this is an ordinance of the city of Caldwell, Idaho, amending ordinance number 3443, bill 49, the appropriation ordinance for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2022, and ending September 30th, 2023, appropriating additional monies that are to be received and or expended by the city of Caldwell, Idaho in a sum of $59,500 and providing an effective date. Do we have a, yes, Councilor Doty, or Councilor Allgood?
I'll sponsor bill number 21, ordinance number 3505, move for its passage.
Very good. Do we have a second? Second. We have a motion from Councilor Allgood and a second from Councilor Doty for passage of bill number 21, ordinance number 3505, on its first reading by title only. And the voting is open. And all votes are cast, so the voting is closed, and that motion does pass unanimously. So that moves us to action item number 3 under new business. This is for case number TE 23-4. Hubble Homes on behalf of Providence Holding LLC for a 18-month time extension for Mason Creek Landing subdivision. Mr. Jones, are you presenting on this one? Okay.
Oh my goodness. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Alex Jones, Associate Planner, 621 Cleveland Boulevard. I don't have a presentation for you today because this is a pretty simple time extension application. The applicant is requesting a 18-month time extension on their preliminary plat to allow additional time to record Phase 5 of the development. The applicant received a 18-month administrative time extension back in 2019 and a hearing level time extension back in 2021. And the reason for this is that the applicant is trying to do 2 projects at the same time because they're adjacent to each other. And so with timing, they would need to have Phase 5 recorded by June 16th of this year. The applicant said they're not able to do this and are requesting the 18-month time extension. I stand for questions.
Very good. Thank you so much. Any questions from any council members? Councilor Williams.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Alex, one, it's probably really obvious, and I shouldn't even ask. It's really close to the border. The other project, Mason Creek Grove, is Caldwell as well, correct?
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to be sure. Thank you.
Very good. Any other questions? Okay, very good. Thank you so much. We do not have anybody signed up to testify on this item this evening, so I stand for a motion to close the public testimony portion of this hearing.
So moved.
Oh, wait. Do we have one? Sorry, it wasn't on. So, if you don't mind, take this and just right on the top there, name, and that's no problem. So at least now you know you're the only one signed up to testify on this. So hopefully that means you won't take the full 10 minutes that you're allotted. So very good. Thank you so much, Patrick. It's good to see you. Okay, Mr. Connor, so if you'll just state your name and address for the record, and then as I mentioned, you do have up to 10 minutes for your presentation.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Patrick Connor. My address is 701 South Allen Street, Meridian, Idaho. Tonight, it is a time extension that we're requesting for Mason Creek Landing. Alex explained it pretty well, but I'll give some context. Hopefully I won't go too long. So this project is located in the northeast corner of Middleton Road and Linden Road. This is the current preliminary plat that was renewed in 2021, December of 2021. There's been no change, and just a timeline of kind of what's been going on with this project It was approved in 2016, and then we got our first time extension in 2019. That period of 2.5 years, there's an ongoing discussion with the city about the sewer. It was going to be a lift station, a pressurized sewer, then it moved to a gravity sewer. So it took a couple of years to get through the design and the construction of that offsite. We finally finished the phase 1 and phase 2 final plats in August of 2020. We then accidentally let the plat expire as we were finishing up phase 3 and 4. So that was renewed in 2021. And so that got us to phase 4 was in June of 22, as Alex said, so it expires next month. So we're asking for another time extension so we can get to phase 5, which we're anticipating in June of 2024. The reasoning between the almost 2-year gap between phase 4 and phase 5 is shown here. So Mesa Creek Landing is the large kind of blue upside down L-shaped plat, and then the square one on the corner there is Mesa Creek Grove. These are 2 separate preliminary plats, but we treat them as one community as far as our development, as far as our drainage, our access, utilities, everything is connected between these two. So initially we developed the first 4 phases as shown in blue, and then because of the access we needed to make to Linden Road to finish the frontage improvements and provide a right turn lane from Linden to Middleton Road, we had to progress south Mesa Creek Grove, phase 1 and phase 2. We finished phase 1. We're just starting construction on phase 2. But that kind of left Mesa Creek Landing waiting for us to finish that part of Mesa Creek Grove. And so now we're going back to Mesa Creek Landing phase 5, which we're anticipating be finished in summer of 2024. So this kind of shows how those 2 timelines are kind of happening concurrently and how we are kind of hopscotching around to get everything to work and come together like kind of like a puzzle piece. And so that kind of shows you there, we're at the point of the plat expiration of the middle of 2023, and with the explosion, because it's a big deal in our office. And so I think with this 18-month extension, we can get and we can finish both of these projects out without having another extension, and we can have a nice finished community there in North Caldwell. And with that, I stand for any questions you all may have.
Very good. Thank you so much, Patrick. Appreciate it. Any questions from council? Okay, very good. They're going to take it easy on you tonight. And as I mentioned, there's nobody else signed up to testify on this matter. So now I will stand for a motion to close the public testimony portion of this hearing.
So moved.
In a second, so we have a motion from Councilor Stoddard and a second from Councilor McGee to close the public testimony portion of this hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So that motion passes. So that moves us into any discussion or questions for staff or any motions. Again, this is for request for an 18-month time extension, TE 23-4 for Mason Creek Landing subdivision.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Doty.
Based upon the testimony, evidence, and record in this matter, and upon the findings of fact and conclusions of law, I move that TE 23-4 for a plot time extension be approved and subject to the conditions that were presented.
Very good. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion from Councilor Doty, second from Councilor Stoddard for approval of case number TE 23-4. Is there any discussion on that motion? Okay, very good. Then with that, voting is open. All votes are cast, so voting is closed, and that motion does pass unanimously. Is there a motion to close this public hearing item? In a second. So we have a motion from Councilor McGee and a second from Councilor Stoddard to close, again, action item number 3 under new business. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. So that moves us on to, and Patrick, thank you for coming. I think you just walked out, so we appreciate you being here, and I apologize that I didn't see you out there. Okay, this moves us on to action item number 4, public hearing for case number ANN 23-7 and SUP 23-4. Request by Riley Planning Services LLC to annex approximately 8 acres, well, more like 14, around 14 acres total, with a proposed R3 high-density residential zoning designation. So with that, I think Alex, you're the planner on this as well, so turn it over to you.
All right, thank Thank you, Mayor and Council. Again, Alex Jones, Associate Planner, 621 Cleveland Boulevard. Today, we are presenting Lavender Crossing annexation and approved special use permit. Let's see, the project is located on a 14-acre parcel at 4121 and 4114 Laster Lane. The applicant is proposing the parcels be annexed into the city with an R3 high-density residential zone. The special use permit was approved by the P&Z Commission for multifamily apartments. Here we have photos of the subject parcel. For site plan, the applicant is proposing 288-unit apartment complex with 24-plex buildings, along with a clubhouse, gym, fitness room, and community lounge and community kitchen. For landscaping, the code requires 10% open space minimum. The applicant is providing 14%, which equals about 1.96 acres of qualifying open space. Here are elevations of the proposed apartments and clubhouse. For this slide, the P&Z Commission added a condition to have the two buildings of the southeast corner of the development be 2 stories tall, and these are the new elevations for those. Those have been provided to you as a late exhibit. Here are some renderings of the proposed use. For existing conditions, we see R3 to the north, that is Alante Homes. We have county/R1 to the east, R2 to the south, and R1, and then R1 to the west. Here is a map of approved developments in the surrounding area. For the 2040 comprehensive plan, we have this as high-density residential, which is what the applicant is trying to come in as. They are proposing 20 dwelling units per acre, which is under the 25 dwelling units per acre maximum of this zone. Utilities will be available to this site. For agency notifications, we did receive a letter from Valley View stating that the overcapacity, the applicant and Valley View have worked out a donor agreement, which the applicant can speak later on. For public notifications, we did receive 3 different letters from adjacent neighbors who are all in opposition. You should be provided today with a late exhibit from Brandy Holm, which I believe was labeled late exhibit CC 1001. For the commission recommendation, they did approve the SUP and recommended approval of the annexation. They did add 3 conditions that units 9 and 10 will be 2-story. The developer will work with homeowners around buildings 9 and 10 to increase landscaping. If that is either on the neighbor's yard, if they consent to it. If the neighbors do not consent, the developer can provide more landscaping on their parcel. And then it added a condition by our department, which to have this developer construct an 8 to 10 foot wide public pathway, either on the adjacent neighbor's parcel if they consent. If not, they will be required to put it on their parcel. Staff finds that this aligns with the comprehensive plan and recommends that if council approves the request, that it is subject to conditions specified in the finding of facts, conclusion of law and order decision. I stand for questions.
Very good. Thank you so much, Alex. We appreciate that. So those 2 late exhibits that came in, so those will be, so the one with the new elevations, the 2 level will be CC 1001, and then the updated letter from Valley View School District, which discusses that agreement that they've come to on that, will be CC 1002. Okay, any questions from council this time for staff? Oh, okay. Councilor Williams?
At this moment, just a quick question, Alex. We, not too long ago, had a very similar proposal on the same property. Do you recall that?
Councilor Williams, correct. Just to give some history on this, I was the planner who did the previous one as well. They came in with a plan that was denied by the hearing examiner at the time, and after that they pulled the application completely due to some access issues and comments done by the hearing examiner. They made corrections, eliminating the access onto Calm Avenue, which if you look in the southeastern corner there, it is now completely just landscaping. The residents did not want that. And they worked having an access agreement with the adjacent parcel to the north was another requirement. And so this is just a new application with the requirements that they were requested before.
Very good. Any other questions for staff? Okay, and then we'll go into those that are signed up on this. We'll start with the applicant's representative. So we do have 4 people signed up in favor, wishing to testify. The applicant's representative will be given 10 minutes to testify, and then those others will be given 5 minutes after that. So Elizabeth, I believe you're the one on that. So if you'll come forward, and if you'll please state your name and address for the record, and then you will have 10 minutes. We will give you a 1-minute warning, and we do ask you to please respect the time limits on those. So with that, once you start, after you introduce yourself, we'll get your time started.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Elizabeth Kekritz. I'm with Givens Pursley, 601 Bannock Drive, Boise. I'm here tonight with the property owners, Jeannie and Justin Fishburne, and members of our development team are also here to answer any questions that you may have that I'm not available to answer. Jeannie and Justin, they're a local mother-son team. They're local to the Treasure Valley. They've done a handful of smaller developments sort of scattered throughout the region, and this is their first bigger one that they've been working on. I want to start out by saying thank you to Alex and the rest of the planning staff for their assistance on this application. As mentioned, it was originally back about a year ago or so. The initial hearing was first held. After that time, it was actually pulled. It was also, in addition to the reasons previously mentioned, it's my understanding that a big part of that too was waiting to see how the Alante Home subdivision was also going to be developed, to make sure that Laster Lane was going to be extending, to make sure that some of those other provisions were put in place to be able to make this really go forward and to be a much more viable option. And so I would just like to say we've reviewed the staff report and we are in full agreement with it. Okay, here is the vicinity map. You can see that this really is a uniquely shaped site surrounded on all sides except for a tiny portion by the city of Caldwell. Construction has commenced on the Alante subdivision, which is located to the north and the east of this site. It is a 14-acre infill site with 12 buildings. In fact, and one thing to mention is that the unit count has gone down in reducing those bottom 2 units. So it's gone down to 272 units. It was originally proposed with over 300 units, but after working closely with staff and listening to the input from the Planning and Zoning Commission, it has been reduced to this 272 units. It's a really nice development. You can see a lot of green on there, especially for a multifamily development. There's lots of amenities, lots of open space, and I'll go into those here in a minute. Importantly, I'm not sure what I did, but now it's smaller. The future land use map here does designate this property high density residential. The Alante subdivision to the north and the east is also designated high density residential. And the city's comprehensive plan shows that R3 is an appropriate zone for this high-density residential designation. Because of this property's infill location, it is logically expected to annex and be developed in conformance with the high-density residential designation. You can see on this one, that we do, that Lavender Crossing supports a number of the comprehensive plan goals. I'm not just going to read a bunch of text to you, but it really does help fill this middle market niche and add additional housing to Caldwell, which, as you know, is rapidly growing and developing. The zoning, R3 zoning is as required by code. It is consistent with the surrounding zoning and planned and existing uses. As mentioned, the site is surrounded by high-density residential zoning to the north and east. There's medium-density residential across the canal to the south and low-density to the west. The proposed zoning will not additionally burden city services, as the applicant will pay for all required impact fees to offset the cost of the development to police, Fire Parks Department and is making that Valley View School District donation. I believe the Fishburns will be speaking more about that. The site is infill. It's surrounded by the city, which makes this a very efficient utilization of existing services and infrastructure without adding sprawl or lengthening commutes. We're proposing a gross density of just 14 units per acre with a net density of around 20. The site is approximately 14 acres, so as mentioned, we're required to provide 1.4 acres or 10% of the land. There are 2 acres of qualified open space, which includes a dog run, tot lots, landscaping around and through a micropath which surrounds the entire property perimeter. In addition, there's another 1.8 acres of landscaping on end caps around the buildings, places that don't necessarily qualify as open space, but yet nonetheless are green grassy areas. And plus the stormwater retention areas are also designed as large grassy swales, so they look and feel like that additional open space. These areas add an additional 0.3 acres. This doesn't include the irrigation easement or the canal area, which is quite large along the bottom of the property there. All this green space together results in a total space of 4.1 acres, which is around 29% of the property. In addition, as I just mentioned, there is the pathway circumnavigating the entire boundary. There'll be numerous places to get on and off that pathway. There will be a gate through on the eastern boundary to connect through to the pathways throughout the Alante subdivision, and we also intend to place the minor regional public pathway on the eastern boundary of the site. It's a highly amenitized community. I've mentioned the micropath. There's bike lockers, dog washrooms, a really nice gym and fitness room, community lounge. There's the dog run and park, a children's play structure. There's room for a fire pit or a barbecue, and then there will also be 2 EV charging stations. As you can see, it is nice, and the owners intend to keep it that way. There will be an on-site manager during business hours, and someone will always be available 24/7. Only tenant and guest vehicles will be allowed. They have to be operable. No recreational equipment, trailers, RVs, things like that are going to be allowed to be on the site. There will be background checks, both criminal and financial, and quiet hours. They will also be limiting the number of residents per unit. In addition to the community amenities that I mentioned, the units themselves are going to be really nice with stainless steel appliances, solid surface countertops. One thing that is more unique with this development is the water heaters and HVAC are going to be internally located within each unit, which also helps eliminate the clutter and the noise as you walk through this development. All of the units have their own private open space with their own balconies, except, as I'm going to discuss, the second floor buildings on the south, where those have been purposely removed. So design updates. One thing that was really important to the owners as they designed the site plan was that it meld and seamlessly integrate into the surrounding community. And to that end, I'd like to point out a few of these specific design features. First, the emergency access will not be through the south where the red X is. Rather, it will be at that blue arrow. It will be through the Alante subdivision. So there'll be no traffic going south through the Weston Point subdivision, and that was something that was developed specifically with those neighbors in mind. The homes to the west, there's thick bushes, and the closest buildings are set back approximately 83 to 135 feet from the edge of the property. Buildings 11 and 12, which are those 2 buildings that are kind of in the toe end sticking out, they were originally proposed on the southern property line. They've been moved to the north, and so there's no line of sight from those homes into the 6 homes across the canal to the south right there. And then buildings 9 and 10, they take advantage of the natural barrier of the canal, which will be fenced. They're over 125 feet from the homes to the south, but what really was, in listening to the neighbors and listening to Planning and Zoning Commission, these buildings, the 3rd floor was removed from these buildings, and there are no second floor balconies on these now 2-story buildings. They also have a different floor plan, as I'm going to show you here. Maybe I'm gonna show you.
You have just over 1 minute left, just so you know.
Good, I'm just about done.
Perfect.
Okay. You can see here that these buildings have been specifically designed to ensure compatibility. The third floor is gone, the second floor balconies are gone. The team additionally rearranged the interior of these living spaces and these floor plans. So in the places where the living areas where people hang out the most, they've been in large part moved from the back wall, but to the extent that they still exist there along the southern boundary, rather than having the bigger picture windows, they're high transom windows on these units. The bedrooms that are along that southern boundary still have the larger windows because that's required for fire access, but these higher windows will still allow ample sunlight, lots of light into these interior living spaces, while overall reducing the impression or the effect that people are sitting in their living areas looking out into the neighbors behind. The final thing that the development team has been working on is making arrangements with Sand Hollow Nursery to provide an additional $300 in landscaping to the 6 homes that are directly to the south. So that if they want to take advantage of this, we don't want to go in and say, we think this is what you need and these are the sort of landscaping that would help buffer this, but rather to give them a credit so they can come in, they can pick out what they need, what they think would be most appropriate, and so they can go from there if they want to take advantage of that to add additional landscaping to their own property.
Perfect, thank you.
And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Perfect, thank you so much, so we appreciate that. Any questions from council?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor Doty.
First of all, I want to start this with, I do support especially this type of housing for our workforce. However, I've got a couple questions. 272 units, and you said you're going to limit the number of residents per unit. Do you know what that number is?
I cannot tell you. It'll be what's allowed on the just what is allowed and what's signed up on the lease. And then obviously in compliance with all of their Housing Act standards, we certainly would follow that.
Right, so if there's 3 bedrooms, you're going to allow 3 different people to live there?
It would be 3 or, with a 3-bedroom, it could be a family. It could be 4 or 5 people.
Or it could be 4 or 5 people. And how many parking spaces do you have?
There are, I just confirmed this, there are 471 parking spaces. Oh, no. Yeah, there's 471 parking spaces. By code, we were required to provide 443. So that comes to 1.73 parking spaces per unit.
Okay, and so this is always my argument, 1.73, if you just take 4 times the amount of 272 units, and that many people can live in there, and they all are adults and driving cars, are up to over 1,000 vehicles that would need to be parked there.
Well, first, many of the units are much smaller. There's an even mix of 3 bedrooms and 1 bedroom, and then 2 bedrooms make up half of them. So it is a smaller amount of the 1 bedrooms offset, really the 3 bedrooms. But this also, again, this is the city code, and it does in fact exceed what's required by the city code. Our traffic also shows that although that may be that the trips generated from this site come to approximately just 1,900 trips per day, with only 112 in the morning and 144 in the afternoon. So there is not a significant impact on the road system surrounding this.
And I think it's the same argument that a lot of us think that, I don't want to speak for everyone else, but that number's low. And I understand that's what the city code is, but you're asking to be annexed in, and maybe we need to address the city code, but that's another discussion. I just don't think there's enough parking. 1.7 parking spots. I've never understood why we have a decimal there versus just 2 spots or 1 spot, because you can't park 7/10 of a car in a stall. Yeah. That's all I have. Thank you.
Very good. Any other questions? Councilor Allgood?
Yeah, I agree with Councilman Doty. I think the numbers are a little bit low. Wow, that's hot. On the traffic, can you help me understand the traffic coming and going from this complex? Is it expected all to exit are the vast majority to Exxon to Lake. Is
Oh.
that the idea?
I actually have a slide for that, I believe. If we can go back. Oh, no, I'm going the wrong way. Back up through it. Okay, so these five intersections were studied, and the way the traffic breaks down is in the morning, all of the traffic goes out of the main entrance there, obviously, and it became 40% go out to Lake, 60% will go out to Laster Lane. Laster Lane is currently, it's ready to be developed across the canal. They have their engineering ready. This is part of the reason why this had to wait until Alante Homes went, because they have it ready. They just have to wait for the water to stop flowing through the canal. They'll be able to get in, they'll be able to get across, that's the Notice, or that's the Elijah. They'll be able to get across it, and then 60% go out to Cleveland, and there's a really even split then going each direction. Coming home at night, it's almost identical. 60% coming in from Cleveland, 40% coming in from Lake.
Yeah.
So when you say 60% coming in from Cleveland, will they be traveling through the Alante subdivision to get to this?
Yes, so Laster Lane is a collector drive, which means so it's meant to carry a higher level of traffic. And so once it's continued through, you'll be able to go from Lake all the way to, it's just a regular collector. It'll become a more major road through Caldwell, and you'll be able to go from Lake over to Cleveland. And so people will be turning off of Cleveland, going across the canal through the Laster subdivision, which will be on each side of it, and then turning into this development.
Following up, and I don't know if you have an answer for this. It says almost 2,000 trips per weekday in 1921. There are only 112 in the AM and 144 in the PM. That leaves a whole bunch of trips some other time in the day.
It does. And one of the things that I think has been found with the multifamily, and we have one of our engineers, but not our traffic engineer, here with us tonight, but because of the type of, there's people who maybe have more shift work, who are working just different hours. There was a surprising number to me, I could find it, of people sort of coming home and coming into the development during the peak hour. Not all of the trips are leaving. There was a surprising number that are actually coming in at that time as well. Because I think there is more of that shift work, people going to pick kids up after school, people going out to lunch, just moving around at more times of the day.
Yes, go right ahead.
Do you know, are these intended to be market rate apartments?
They are market rate apartments.
Okay, very good. And did you have a question still, or did that get answered? Okay. Any other questions? Okay, very good. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, next on the list is Justin Fishburne. If you'll please come forward, and if you state your name and address for the record, then you will have 5 minutes for your testimony, and we ask you that you do respect that time limit. Okay.
My name is Justin Fishburne, 1410 North 6th Street in Boise. Mayor Wagner, City Council members, good evening. My name is Justin Fishburne, and I'm one of the owners of Lavender Crossing. Also, my mom is the other owner on this project. I wanted to thank you for your time tonight and allowing us to present our project. Our family history dates back 6 generations in Idaho. My great-great-grandparents came across in covered wagons and settled in Camas County originally. My mom graduated from Kuna High School. I also graduated locally. And I spent most of my years growing up in the Treasure Valley, except for leaving for college for some time. And then I served 10 years as an active duty Marine overseas before moving back to the area. My partner and I, as has been said, we've spent the last 6 years working on smaller residential projects throughout the Treasure Valley, and all of our development team is local. We're really excited to bring Lavender Crossing to Caldwell. I read an article recently that quoted the mayor, and in it he said, "How do we attract new businesses and new enterprises to Caldwell, along with those great families that need to come and fill those jobs? And so that's the kind of details that we look at. Land use cases and applications, filling the voids that we have, and filling them with the right product in the right development. We love that Lavender Crossing is the right product in the right development, and it has those details that the mayor talked about and helps with the overall vision of Caldwell's growth. It provides needed housing for those great families he mentioned. It does not create additional sprawl, and it helps to preserve the agriculture and water in our rural areas. It also creates that dense development, as this has been zoned by the city specifically for this use, making the best use of the land and surrounding resources according to city guidelines and the future growth plan. We've spoken with local representatives, the Valley View school officials, and local business leaders, and one thing is for certain, we need more of this mid-level housing. The most telling conversation we had last week was with Joey Palmer of the Valley View School District. We sat down with him and we spoke with him about what schools the kids in Lavender Crossing would attend, and we agreed to a donation to help the schools with their needs, and I believe that you have an updated letter from that. But during the meeting, Joey said, we have unfortunately lost a number of qualified teachers who we made offers to because they could not afford and find appropriate local housing. Lavender Crossing will absolutely fill the need for situations such as this. Again, thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much, Justin. Appreciate that. Questions from council. Councilor
Mr.
Shaw.
Mayor, Mr. Fishburne, do you have any idea what kind of costs we're looking at to rent these apartments, or range?
Yes, sir. The only thing that I would be able to answer this is with market rate. And I think that's the actual exact number. I do not have that, and I don't think our group has that either, but it would be market rate rents.
Okay.
Okay, other questions from council? Okay, very good. Thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you for your time.
Next on the list was it Jeannie? Is that correct? Very good. So if you'll come forward, and if you will state your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 5 minutes as well.
Good evening. I'm Jeannie Fishburne. I reside at 22990 Huckleberry Lane in Middleton, and I'm one of the co-owners of the property. I have to put my glasses on. Okay. So I just want to add some brief comments about our project and how it relates to Caldwell's vision for the city. We worked, when we initially found the property, we looked really hard at, we looked at quite a few different things, and this property really seemed to fit the bill for the housing that Caldwell City needs and for the type of product that we could put in there. I did a lot of research in regards to the housing for Caldwell City, and I found that the bottom line was that there's significant need for housing still. The whole valley hasn't caught up. We are still probably scrambling to catch up. You know, we've been discovered, whether we like it or not, and we have a lot of people coming into the area. And so I reached out to the Boise Regional Realtor Organization. I reached out to Compass, and I reached out also to a number of local property management groups to find out what the vacancy was, the vacancy rates in regards to this type of multifamily housing. And the vacancy rates they're full. They're full, and they only have a 1 or 2% vacancy rate based on people moving in and out of their projects. When trade people or professional people come into the area, they need to have access to safe and appropriate housing, and that's what we feel our project provides for the city of Caldwell. I also reached out to the Caldwell legislators, such as Senator Chris Trakel. I met with him face to face at the downtown Boise. And then I met with Julie Yamamoto, and I spoke with former Senator Jim Rice as well to discuss our project, the housing in the city of Caldwell, and the school district needs in Caldwell. It was very helpful information that they provided. As you know, our property is in the county, and so all taxes go to the county, although the city provides emergency services to the property. Once the property is annexed into the city, not only, and we have a multifamily project there, not only will the taxes go up significantly, but those taxes will go into the city of Caldwell, into the Valley View School District. Apartment projects provide significantly less students to a school district than single-family housing. I know people sometimes say they don't believe that, but our information came from an in-person meeting that we had with the administrator of the Valley View School District, who is Joey Palmer. And then we also sat down and spoke with the superintendent of the West Ada School District to get another viewpoint on that. And both of them do research. Part of their job is all the research they do for students in housing and single-family housing, students that are coming from apartment buildings, and how that affects the school district. So that was the feedback they gave us, that kids and students that would be in apartment buildings are significantly less. Our property is not in farm or agricultural production. It doesn't create sprawl. It utilizes the close-by existing services, sewer and water, and the amenities are right at the northwest corner of our property. We're near public transportation, and we were asked to put together a cooperative access agreement in the form of a memorandum of understanding with our neighbor, Alante Springs, which we have done. They were really very cooperative, and it was great to work with them. And so we have the memorandum of understanding in place for our access. And once we would be annexed into the city, then that memorandum of understanding would turn into a contract with Alante Springs. In conclusion, we've worked really hard over the past 2.5 years with the planning and zoning staff. We've embraced their recommendations for changes on our project to conform it to what the city of Caldwell would like to see. And we've taken into consideration the needs of our surrounding neighbors as much as possible, so that we can provide the city with a beautifully designed housing community. We ask for your approval on the Lavender Crossing community, and I stand for questions.
Thank you so much, appreciate that. Any questions from council?
Mr. Mayor, just have a follow-up. Ms. Fishburne, your son, I guess it was, talked about the price. Connected with the teachers, you're gonna do it at market value. If the teachers are underpaid, how is that gonna help them out?
Well, how's that gonna help them out? We actually think teachers would probably stay, would be some of the people that would rent from the Lavender Crossing project. When you say market pricing, it's not to bypass your question. It's going to take about 1.5 years before there's even any buildings up. And so by that particular time, you're assessing the market once again, and you're seeing, what are market rents. And we've done, in creating these, we tried to do, actually, we call it kind of middle America. They're not entry-level apartments. They're not luxury apartments. They're kind of in the middle, and our research showed that was where there was a lack in the city of Caldwell. So you would have semi-professional people that might stay in these apartments. You would have professional people. You might have, because we have 25% of this is one bedroom. And so you may have single people that are coming in here, and it's more affordable for them. The one bedroom's going to be less per month than the 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom. So we have 25% 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom. We have 25% that are the 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom, and we have 50% that are 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom. So I think that 75% of our apartments are probably for a single person, a couple, maybe someone with one child. They're smaller units, and that in itself makes them more affordable.
Well, I was just curious on price, because when you talked to whoever you did at the school district, was the teacher need a function of apartments are too expensive, or was the teacher's need because there weren't enough apartments? Get my point?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
And we talked in talking with the school district, like with Joey Palmer and with the West Ada supervisor, that was part of the conversation that we had about, Joey told us that he had some people come in and they applied for a position with the school and they couldn't find housing. We didn't say this. This is what he told us.
Mm-hmm.
They couldn't find what they felt was good housing for them, and they went elsewhere. So to your question, It may be both. It may be that, this particular couple, let's say it's a couple, this particular couple, there's two incomes coming in, and they can afford the 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom, but let's say this is a single teacher, and that person has a lot less income coming in, and, you know, maybe the 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom is too expensive for them. It's hard to speak to that. I mean, there's some flexibility in that based on what their own circumstances are, but we were hoping to create, I mean, we tried to do nice things, like we're having hard finishes inside, and you're doing nice landscaping, and you have that mid-range point to where you haven't made them so fancy that you have to charge higher, and then people that are a teacher or a police officer or something, they can't afford it. But then again, you want them to be nice, because we were specifically told when we originally applied that, by the hearing examiner, he said, we want a nice product, and we want, you know, anything that you can build in Eagle or in Boise, we want to see that in Caldwell. And we listened to that, and we incorporated, we engaged an architect. Then we sat down with him, and we spent quite a bit of time with him, and we've kind of redone our buildings multiple times so that they were really nice looking. If you or I were to live there and we drove into the development, we've got a massive amount of green space. We've got all these amenities. We've got nice looking buildings. It's a quiet area. It would be a place that I would like to come home to, that I could drive in there and feel good about where I lived. But then we have to balance it also with the fact that I can afford it. I could drive in there and I could afford that. So it's you know, it's a balancing act, isn't it? I mean, all municipalities seem to need all the different levels. They need entry level, which basically is plain Jane and it's affordable. And then you've got your middle America, and then you've got your luxury apartments for people that their income is quite a bit higher, so.
Yeah. Well, the reason I brought it up is because when you look at the percentages that they have out there on the occupancy of apartments from, say, 1,000 to 1,500 and 1,500 above, the need is actually below the $1,000 a month mark. That's why I asked the question.
It is. It's, I just, guess reiterate again that balance is very hard when on one hand you're getting like, we want nice facilities, we want nice finishes, we want landscaping, and you want to put all those in there. They cost quite a bit, and you know, you're just like, how much do we put in there? How much do we charge for the rent? So we, like I said, once again, we specifically came to the middle and felt like there's quite a few people that we could accommodate by staying in the middle, so.
Other questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Council Register.
So I do appreciate all the work you've done on this and the changes, and I can see the thoughtfulness in with the neighborhoods, but there were a couple of things. First of all, it's very 288 doors, correct?
272.
Or, I'm sorry, but 12 buildings still?
12 buildings still.
Okay, yeah, and so I know you talked about need and researching and all that kind of stuff. So recently I've even asked the city to come give us a list of kind of what's in progress, because I can think of at least 2 apartment buildings that are going in right now, and I think 2 more that are coming. So you're kind of a little bit late in the game as far as that's concerned with the need for apartments if we have 4 apartments going in, one of them which is very large. But also, just for me personally, I have a real problem with the school predictions on how many people are going to live there kid-wise, because I just think that it's very hard to predict that, no matter how much research or tools that they have of who's going to be there, unless you're going to limit it. It's very similar, like we had discussed once before about traffic studies and not having the traffic there, so we don't really know. So I do appreciate what you've put together here. I'm a little concerned about traffic going through another subdivision to get out, as opposed to having another outlet. And of course, the weight on the schools. And then I also agree with Councilor Static as far as the need for housing for people, but then having it too expensive. And I just want to note that 2 years ago, nobody could find a place to live with the way that the market was. So it was, that's really a choice thing. If a teacher got an offer at Valley View and said, I'm only going to do it if I can live in Caldwell, I mean, you know, there's other housing options close by in Nampa and surrounding cities. And so if they couldn't find a place, I think a lot of that was just kind of the way the market was at the time. But that's just my 2 cents.
Can you pull up the preliminary plat by chance on the screen?
And Mr. Mayor, can I respond
Mhm.
to Councilman Register? Couple of things. All of this is interesting. I mean, you know, we listen to everybody. We talk to everyone we could talk to, and we listen to them all. The consensus that we got from school officials and from our legislative representatives and I work in real estate, so I'm a licensed realtor, so all of this is always interesting to me. So the consensus that we got is that you can't stop building when you need housing, but obviously you need good growth, right? And you need to think about what does that mean. Even though you have various projects that have been approved already and you've got housing coming on board, you know, the research that I'm showing is that there was almost no apartments. Like you were saying a couple of years ago, there was almost no apartments, and I know that you've approved a few of them. So with the interest rates that are high, we worked out the numbers all the time. When I called Boise Regional Realtors to kind of compare the numbers that I had come up with, we are going to be in a market for a while where people have to rent. They might want to buy, but they have to rent. And so, you know, it circles back around, real estate goes like this. But right now, the rental housing is more affordable housing. It just is. And so, for people who can't buy, they can't qualify, or people who are coming maybe just from a different area of the valley and they don't want to buy just yet, they need to rent until they decide where they want to live. When you talked about that our traffic was going to go through another subdivision, that's not exactly right. The development of Laster Lane, that is a proper road. That is a proper road. The development to the north of us is, they have part of their property on the north of us, and then there's Laster Lane, which is a proper road, and then they have the remaining of theirs on the south. It's just the way it played out. So we don't actually really go through their subdivision because they have 2 different parcels of land. You can, if you bring that up.
Can you go back to the first one you had up there? And I'm glad that's actually the comment I was going to make is, if I was not mistaken, go to one before that. The one, yeah, there we go. So this is your main access in, correct?
Yeah, and it goes directly to Laster.
And that goes directly to Laster,
Yeah.
so it does not go through a subdivision. The subdivision is located on both sides of Laster, so that's similar like if you're going down Ward Road. There's a subdivision on either side.
It was going to go through the Alante Homes subdivision.
Because Alante is on the north and south of Laster, but that's a collector roadway, so you do not
I'm
drive
just repeating
through.
what was told to us, which was that it was going to go through Alante Homes.
So here's a
So
clarification.
it does, but there's no homes on Laster.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, I'll just make a clarification on that. So, and they're doing it in 2 different phases. They're developing the north, and they have to develop the road first, and then the north, and then the south. So it's if it's 2 different subdivisions. But our emergency road does go through their property, but that was a part of their agreement when they got approved, is that they wanted, the city council and the planning and zoning wanted us to have 2 access points. And so we have our main access at the very northwest corner, which is a private drive aisle, and it goes up to Laster. And then our emergency exit is on our east side, and it does go through the west side of the subdivision to the north, Alante Springs, but that's the emergency access point only. And that was already developed that was already approved with city council last year.
Okay, very good. Any other questions?
No.
Or Councilor Allgood?
Quick. We always hear of beautiful developments coming in, you know, and my concern is long-term management. So it's kind of common that, like, when you have 12 buildings, these will be parceled out. People will buy a building or whatever. What is the long-term management plan for your project here?
Council Allgood, one of the things that we did, we initially did not have our project platted. And then when we went to our first hearing, planning and zoning hearing, the hearing examiner wanted us to plat it. So we platted it in individual buildings, like you were talking about. They could be sold off individually like that. But then when we had to withdraw, and then we reapplied, planning and zoning asked us to take the platting away. So we have no platting. We are one development. We are one big lot, so to speak, and the management will be over the whole project. You can't sell off an individual building the way that we have designed it. So our management, we have our clubhouse here where there's going to be a management office, and as Elizabeth was explaining, that's how you keep control of it, is you have one owner and you have a management company, and you have all of your rules in there when you're allowing people to come in and rent an apartment. You have consistent rules for every single building and any people that come in there. So that's how that's solved, is that it's not individual buildings.
Okay, and just from my own point of view, I appreciate the upgraded interiors and things like that. I think there is a market for that, and I believe people will appreciate that. I think it's a value for myself.
Thank you.
Good. Any other questions? Okay, very good. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Brendan McDougall. So if you'll state your name and address, and then you'll have up to 5 minutes for your testimony.
Yep. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Brandon McDougall, 1100 West Idaho Street in Boise. I'm with Kimley Horn, civil engineer on the project. Don't necessarily need to add anything, but certainly here to answer any questions that you may have, whether that's now or throughout the evening.
Very good. Excellent. Any questions for Mr. McDougall at this time? Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. So we do have one person signed up in neutral. Walker. I cannot read the first name. I apologize. So mine is even worse, so much worse. So if you don't mind just stating your name and then your address for the record, and then you'll have 5 minutes for your testimony.
Thank you. Christina Walker. I'm at 4419 Newbridge Street in Caldwell. I'm one of the homes directly to the south of this development. And I have to say, when this was first proposed, it looked pretty different. There were some pretty alarming parts of it, like the traffic was going to go through our subdivision, and the buildings, there were 4 buildings all looking directly down 3 stories into our yards. And I have to say that this process seems to have worked well. I feel like we had an opportunity to state our concerns, that those were listened to, that some negotiations sort of took place, and some compromise and cooperation was able to be had. So I want to say I really feel like this process was a positive one. I know it's taken a long time. But it helped feel like I was an important part of the city of Caldwell and the process of how it grows. So I do have to say I still have some concerns that are not necessarily related to the builders, but include school overcrowding. I even went and voted today. And also road conditions, like the conditions and size of the roads around. I understand that there's some different schools of thought there. That remains a concern, and I think it will be a concern as Caldwell continues to grow, to make that the best it possibly can. Otherwise, I just want to say that as we grow, I feel it would do everyone a great disservice to grow without this sort of process and without considering current residents and the needs of Caldwell as it currently stands alongside with the Caldwell that is growing into being. So again, thank you for the opportunity to have some say and input in this process.
Yeah, very good. Well, thank you. We appreciate those comments. It's nice to know that people feel like they've been heard. So
Yeah,
we
thank you.
appreciate
And I
that.
also wanted to thank you folks for listening to concerns and compromising. As I feel like you compromised as much as you could, and so that makes the jagged pill of neighbors a little easier to swallow. Thank you.
Very good. Excellent. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. So last person signed up, we do have one person signed up in opposition, Robert Dugal, I believe, is it? So if you'll please come forward, if you'll state your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 5 minutes for your testimony.
Robert McDougall, 5111 Ormsby, Caldwell, Idaho. So my home is to the west there, and so I just have some concerns. We're talking about a development that's basically going to take the town of more than the town of Marsing and put it right in the middle of Caldwell, and that's a pretty substantial amount of people to put in there, and then have them exit onto Laster. If you've been on Laster, the west end of Laster, it narrows down right before it gets to Lake. It actually has a narrow bridge sign right there. So it gets pretty tight. It's tight enough that if you have two cars coming through, one car typically waits while the other goes through. So there's that kind of concern there, where there's, we've kind of talked about the traffic and you've kind of mentioned the parking. It's a lot of parking. Even in a 1-bedroom place, you're probably gonna have 2 people having to stay there. I'm an educator, so I can kind of tell you that, people that are gonna be coming into Valley View and Caldwell, if they're newer teachers, they're probably gonna have to, even if they're single, probably have to have a roommate to afford apartments or a single family home that they're renting. So there's just going to be a lot of traffic. Lake is getting really, with all the road construction, Lake's getting pretty beat up. There are times where Homedale, like at certain times of day, Homedale's backed up pretty much to Florida. So there's a lot of traffic, and it doesn't matter if you're coming in from Homedale. From Midway that way, it's still backed up. You have just a lot of traffic in there. So those are some concerns, and I imagine that city planning is working on how to alleviate some of that issue. To the west, the pathway walks right up against our property. As of last time, they didn't have an idea on any kind of barrier. They were like, well, there's a fence there, and the fence is a little 3-foot high chain link fence that's probably been there for 40 years. So it was there before, and so it's just really small. It'd be nice to have some kind of even if it's a decorative wrought iron fence that, they could just step over the fence into my backyard, essentially. To have some kind of a barrier there so that trash is not, as they're walking, if their water, bottled water, it's not thrown into the backyard, things like that, just to a little deterrence and stuff like that. So those are just some concerns. Long-term concerns is if it's middle of the road apartment complex, what's going to happen to it in 20 years, 30 years. That kind of stuff, and hopefully, having an on-site management company will keep that up and make it a very nice property for long term. I understand there's a desperate need for housing. I understand that this property is going to be developed. It's just a matter of course for Caldwell, because Caldwell's growing. I love this community. I've been here for 25 years. So with that, thank you.
Very good. Excellent. Thank you so much. Any questions from council?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Stark.
Mr. McDougall, were you involved with the conversations with the Fishburns? Any meetings that they had?
So not directly. I came to the last meeting with the planning and zoning, and I talked briefly with some of their developers about, they thought that the subdivision, Weston Point on the west side, they had all nice, wood fences, and I was like, they actually don't. It's a really low chain link fence that I imagine was put up when they first developed the property 40 years ago. And so they said they would talk about that and kind of discuss it, but there was nothing ever brought back, so.
So if they corrected that, would it be a little bit easier to swallow, or?
It would be some kind of a barrier there just to keep, just to kind of keep the properties looking nice and separate, so that way it's not, so that I have a little bit of peace of mind. It doesn't matter what kind of development you have. At some point, you're gonna have some kind of an issue, with law enforcement, and right now, they would jump over our fence and run out right through our property altogether, and then police would have to go all the way around, Laster into the thing, unless they're gonna chase them right through my yard, which they probably will, but their squad cars are gonna have to go out there where, some kind of a barrier would deter that a little bit more. And whether it's, our subdivision, we're gonna have the same, stuff.
Thank you.
Very good. Any other questions? Okay, thank you so much. Really appreciate you being here this evening. Okay, so that puts us back to Elizabeth for a rebuttal. So you'll have 5 minutes and then stand for questions from council.
Thank you. Elizabeth Kekritz, 601 Bannock with Gibbons Pursley. First, we'll absolutely do a 6-foot fence along that boundary. That is not a problem at all, Mr. McDougald. There will be, as discussed, we do, this was originally looked at as doing as separate units, buildings that could be sold. It just doesn't make as much sense. It doesn't make as nice a community as when everything is held together under one ownership. And so it really is just, the decision was made to put this all onto one big lot. Council member Register. I think apparently I did misspeak, when I was talking about how Laster Lane goes across there. Laster Lane is becoming a collector road, which is similar to, I believe Lake is also considered a collector. City engineering, I'm sure it's not, it's an arterial. Minor arterial. But they're regularly collectors, and typically, in the typical situation, the homes don't front onto the collector roads. They front on into their subdivisions. You drive out, you get onto the bigger collector road. And so there really won't be, this subdivision will provide slightly under half of the traffic, because then also the Alante subdivision will also be using that Laster Lane, for the same purposes there. One of the questions raised was about parking, and there's always a trade-off there's usually a trade-off, especially in situations like this, between parking and open space. And this is one of those situations where we are over on our open space, and that was a decision that was made, is that the large grassy areas are really nice. But if you look on here, there's a couple, this isn't the best one, but there are a couple of places where we can add another handful, maybe get in another 10 parking spaces without significantly impacting the open space and how it feels and how the project flows. And that's certainly something that, if that was a condition, that we would absolutely do in this case. To that end, we were just speaking about developing a parking plan for this development. That happens more regularly, our experience in Boise, doing parking plans on various developments to make sure that the cars are registered, that it's known which cars are supposed to be there, that there's assigned parking, and that they really pay attention to that, so that there can only be a certain number of cars parked here. And that is something that we would certainly look at. If that was a condition, we will work on it, and we will come up with some sort of parking plan to help alleviate some of those parking concerns. As Jeannie mentioned, the development team has taken every single suggestion from staff, from the Planning and Zoning Commission, from working with the neighbors, to trying to make this a really nice, good infill development. It's a unique shaped lot. It's designated high-density residential on the future land use map. It's surrounded by the city of Caldwell. We agree with all the conditions of approval from staff, and so we are asking for your approval of this project tonight.
Very good. Excellent. Thank you so much. Questions from council? Councilor Stoddard.
There. Hate to beat a dead horse here, but anyway, you know, personally, I do appreciate all that you've done to correct some of the concerns that we had from last time. And, you know, if you can correct the problem that Mr. McDougal has, that will go a long way too. We appreciate you talking to Mr. Palmer. I can't tell you how many meetings and phone calls I've had with him to try and get something done where developers do contribute to the crowded schools we have, because as you know, under our state legislature, darn them, they can't seem to solve that problem. They just kick the can down the doggone road all the time, and it's up to the taxpayers then to suffer that problem. But you have improved this quite a bit, and I really appreciate that. And I want to talk to our city engineer. Is there anything that we have plans for Lassiter Lane at all, as far as widening it or expanding it?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Stoddard. So Lassiter Lane, as has been explained, Lassiter Lane is classified as a collector road. A collector road is a 3-lane road section with a lane in each direction and a center turn lane. And a collector road has quite a bit of capacity. It's not the collector road status that would be the concern. It's really the intersections that ends up being the bottleneck. The intersection at the Boulevard in Lassiter is not a bad intersection because it has a traffic signal, and the timing can be adjusted to help accommodate the traffic at that location. The intersection at Lake in Lassiter is more of a concern, and that's an intersection that is ultimately planned to be rebuilt. And so as the city acquires funding from these developments through the mitigation and things like that, then we put projects together to come and do those intersection improvements so that we can better accommodate the traffic. So as the traffic was described, the traffic itself is not a significant amount that it's going to break down the system. And as Lassiter is constructed, right now it's discontiguous, but as it's built all the way through and connects Lake all the way through to the Boulevard, that'll make a difference too. And the one other thing I will note, there is a lot of unusual traffic. There are a lot of unusual traffic patterns going on right now because of the construction work that we have on. When Ustick Road is back open, when you can drive north and south on Florida and north and south on Indiana soon, all of those things will help reduce the traffic in some of these other areas. Homedale Road has been hit really hard with additional traffic, as has Linden Road, and that's just because people can't use Ustick as they have been using in the past. And so there's a lot of unusual traffic patterns going on right now.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
He did say soon. He said it's going to open very soon.
It's going to close before it opens.
It's going to close again. So it's going to close soon. That's what he meant. So very good. Very good. Other questions from?
Mayor.
Yes, Councilor Williams.
Thank you. And before I ask you the question, you say it's not at the breaking point. It nearly is, Rob, and I don't mean, and you're right, a lot of it is due to what's going on, but the number one complaint I hear from people in the city of Caldwell is the traffic. And admittedly, we're catching up, and even Homedale, thank God for our street department going out there and doing some work on it. We talked about it recently. It's a washboard at some point, and they did some work on it, and I appreciate them so much for what they did, but traffic is one of my biggest concerns. I know we're working on it, so it's hard to weigh that in, but that's where we're at today. The probably one of the biggest concerns I have, and I'll have some other comments before we finish this, but could you go back, if you could please, to one of the pictures of the elevation so we can see the outside of the building? And like my colleagues, I appreciate all the efforts that have been done to make these nice. There was a comment that was made about making these look like eagle. And the insides maybe do, but I look at these outsides, and I think we're getting there. They kind of look like tricolor dormitories to me. Mm-hmm. And I'm not trying to be insulting, please. If that came across wrong, I really didn't mean it to be. But there's just not a lot of texture. There's not a lot of. I don't see any rock. I don't see any. they look pretty plain except for the three different colors on them to me, and maybe that's just the rendering. Could you tell me if there's more than what I'm seeing in this rendering to these exteriors? Because I want something to look nice on the outside too.
Mayor Wagner, Councilmember Williams, that is what we have. There are a variety of textures, and materials there. I can flip to and tell you what exactly they are, but we were actually just speaking about that this morning, and coming up with some different, sort of rock surfacing for some wainscoting, for some different things of that nature. I didn't print the pictures that are being considered at this point in time, but I would agree that we could certainly go through sort of an informal design review with city staff, to make sure that we get more, incorporation of those elements into this design.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor Register.
So I always love your presentations. I don't agree with them all, but I love how you present it, and, anyway, I'm just always very impressed. And I do want to say that typically a project this big it would almost be an automatic no for me. But the fact that nobody from the neighborhoods, with the exception of Mr. McDougal who don't really seem to have a problem with it, is a huge testament to how much you guys have worked at this with the neighbors and are giving. And I know of at least one apartment building that's not doing anything like that for neighbors. So it does speak volumes, and I think also with the schools and all the reaching out and things that you guys have done, making it 2 stories, all of that. So I just do appreciate that. And I think that if you hadn't done that, you probably would have had a room full of people that were opposed to it. So I just wanted to let you know that and look forward to your next presentation. I don't know if I'll agree with you then either, but you do a really nice job.
Thank you, Councilmember Register.
Any other questions?
Mayor,
Yes.
if I could just momentarily, we got an email from a lady who had sent in a late exhibit, and I know that our planner had mentioned it. She did not hear it read into the record, so I just wanted to make that clear, that we did receive a late exhibit from a Brandy Holm at 3017 Ray Avenue in Caldwell. She is not in favor of the project, has concerns on the buildings being too tall, significant traffic congestion, water and wastewater capacity, the parking, and let's see, one other item. And she said the regional pathway, but that is being put in. I just wanted to make sure that she heard that in the record, because she had emailed us just a few minutes ago.
Okay, very good. And that should have been distributed to all council members, I'm guessing, prior to the meeting?
Like, she emailed all of us, I believe, and then we also were given a copy kind of pretty quick. So
Okay, so everybody does have a copy of that, correct? Okay, very good. So that she does know that everyone does have that copy. And thank you for bringing that forward tonight. So appreciate it. Okay, any other questions? Okay, very good. Appreciate your time and all the work and effort that you have put in. I think Councilor Richter had some great points there on that, working with people. Sometimes it pays off to work with people. So, that is the last of the public testimony portion. So I stand for a motion to close the public testimony portion of this hearing. And a second?
Second.
So a motion from Councilor Register and a second from Councilor Stoddard. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that motion passes. So that moves us into deliberation of the council. So again, the public testimony portion is closed. You do have those late exhibits that were submitted for your review, and then also council or staff is available for any questions as well. And so I turn it over to council for your discussion.
I have a question. So piggybacking on what Councilor Williams was talking about with the design of the outside, and they had mentioned some kind of informal design review. So would that not come back to council then to look at for the outside of it?
Typically, it would not. So that could go staff. Usually, again, this is usually how that would be a condition where they would work with staff to come up with, designs that were discussed at council. So you can give like those recommendations. This is what we'd like to see, so staff has an understanding. And then if there's any disagreement on that, then that could be back to council to review that condition. Is typically how something like that would work. So it would be direction to
Have to be
staff
some kind of
and then staff.
something pretty intentional then.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
to piggyback on
Yeah.
what Councilor Register said then, if this is to be considered, and I'm still undecided frankly, but I would hope that it would have a design review to look like Eagle, to put it back on what it was described to for us. And that's not as descriptive as you like it. I know you want from us specifics, but, you know, I mentioned a few of them. And again, I hope, I should have probably chosen my words a little differently. I hope I didn't offend anybody when I called it a dormitory, because it's not my intention to be offensive in my remarks, but it just looks plain. And so, depending upon how this goes, I also want to address, Mr. McDougal, and I appreciate his remarks. Infill properties are difficult. And whenever a homeowner in Caldwell owns a property adjacent to an infill property,
Sorry.
sooner or later, something's going in there. And, it's one of the reasons when I just looked at a property to purchase for someone else, I was insistent that it not be adjacent to an infill property, because we don't know what's gonna go there. And there is a need for middle housing, and I'm not convinced this is the middle housing we need. I was talking to a 26-year-old police officer with Caldwell who's struggling to buy a home. And, he wants to buy a home. He wants ownership. He doesn't want to rent. And, we've talked about some possibilities for looking at code, and hopefully we're moving along on that. I didn't, mean to talk about that right now, but we've got a ways to go on this, I know. But, these are some of my concerns, including the traffic problem. But, that's where I'm at, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. Thank you. Any other discussion or any questions? Yes, Councilor.
Well, I was
Register.
just going back to what you said about the design real quick. I think we've talked about this before in other developments, that we're really trying to elevate Caldwell, right? So it's not just the same, bring something in and throw it down, and we really want people to be intentional and mindful of the fact that with all the work that's gone into the city downtown and other areas, and all the businesses that are coming in and all the good people that are moving here, we want to offer really nice things. And I think we're all kind of in agreement to that, no matter the project, that we want it to look nice, and we just don't want things to continue to be dumped here that don't serve our city.
Right. Some other discussion or any questions for staff? Okay. If not, we would probably sit in a holding pattern for just a moment. I know, we're hoping to get to a break soon and just couldn't quite make it, so, yeah. So, but, trying to think if I had any questions for staff. I think they all got answered on that, so. I know that I do appreciate, it's nice to hear like a neighbor that comes in and says that they were felt that they were listened to, and the design, and, you know, going back to the drawing board speaks volumes. So I know that's, at least for me, I don't really get a vote on this, but, as, you know, a former planner, seeing hundreds, if not thousands of applications like this, I know that I appreciate it personally on that. And I think that, you know, still, you mean, you're not going to appease everybody, and understand that and agree with that, but, it's nice when you are able to work together and come to some of those compromises and being willing to put that good faith forward. So I know that I do recognize that and appreciate that. Yeah. And he is back, so the most popular man in the room right now. Okay, very good. So we do have Councilor Doty back here with us. There was not any discussion at the time. I don't know if anybody else had any, and so if there are, this would be appropriate, or any motions also would be appropriate.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Allgood.
I kind of want to express what others have expressed. You guys have done a really good job in designing what appears to be a very good project. I appreciate quality, and I believe this kind of represents that. So I really appreciate that. I'm prepared to make a motion.
Go right ahead.
In regard to case number ANN 23, bunch of zeros 7, and SUP 23, bunch of zeros 4, based on the testimony and evidence and record in this matter, and upon the findings of fact and conclusions of law, I move that ANN 23-7 for the annexation and zoning to include a development agreement be approved with the conditions as follows. That they participate with our planning department on a design review. And I believe the planning department has kind of an idea of what the council is looking for. That they participate in a design review, that, as Elizabeth said, we maybe add some additional parking spaces if that's a possibility. And also that a fence is erected as promised as well.
Very good. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
So we have a motion from Councilor Allgood and a second from Councilor McGee in regards to request of approval of the annexation request with the conditions as outlined in the staff report and the additional ones as was noted by Councilor Allgood. Any discussion on that motion? Okay, with that, then the voting is open.
Yeah.
And voting is closed as all votes have been cast, and that motion does pass unanimously. So that does approve the request for the annexation with, again, the conditions as outlined. And again, thank you for working with your neighbors. And it does take time sometimes, but that's usually when you get it right. So we appreciate your patience and working through all of that. So that, I would stand for a motion to close this public hearing item. So we have a motion from Councilor Stoddard and a second from Councilor Doty to close this public hearing item. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. So that does move us to this housekeeping item. This is action item number 5. This is consider bill number 7, ordinance number 3401. This is for all annexations. We do need to do a bill and ordinance for those. So again, this is for annexation 22-21. The request to move for passage by title only and approve the summary for publication. And I will read this by title only. An ordinance determining that certain land lays contiguous to the city limits of the city of Caldwell, county of Canyon, state of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed to the city of Caldwell, Idaho as part of the R3 zone, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the city of Caldwell, Canyon County, Idaho, directing the city engineer and P&Z director to add said property to official maps of the city of Caldwell, the clerk of the city of Caldwell to file a certified copy of the ordinance and map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, state of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215. We have a sponsor of this bill and ordinance.
Okay, I guess I will. Number 5 here, consider bill number 7, ordinance number 3401 for case number.
Oh, that's right. Sorry, 10.
Right here. 3494. Bill number 10, ordinance 3494. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Case number still good. ANN 22-21. Okay, 23-0000007.
Those zeros are going away soon, I believe.
Okay,
Hopefully by next city council meeting.
is it clear? We're good?
We are good.
Request to move for its passage by title only, approve the summary for publication.
Very good. Do we have a sponsor of that bill? Do we have a second?
Second.
Very good. So a sponsor from Councilor Doty, second from Councilor Stoddard for passage of bill number 10, ordinance number 3494. And the voting is open for that.
I don't know what's going
All votes are cast, so voting is closed. And that motion passes unanimously. So that finalizes that, and that moves us, we're actually going to take a break at this time, so we're going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back to complete the business.
I kept piggybacking, both doing piggyback rides back and forth.
So your fault.
I mean, I don't wanna cut it down. So we're doing a much better job. But is there maybe a special one that just, for like 3 of these things or something, or is there just?
I mean,
everybody else is that all that?
I mean, I remember shark carving, I mean, there's 1 o'clock in
Oh,
the
I never
morning.
had one of those. The 3 of them, I mean, that was over an hour. We started that literally at 7:31, it's 8:45.
and some of them do, like these larger ones tend to do, so I mean, you can, but again, you're gonna hear it's gonna last just long, most likely. But one thing is, for example, if you don't mind, like, for example, this, time extension, yeah, we don't need to hear those. Very good. Okay, we are back, and so we just finished new business action item number 5. We appreciate those that are sticking with us, and especially our good people from our public service. We apologize for that you're towards the bottom. We should have put you towards the top, but now you can experience what we get to experience. So, action item number 6. This is case number ANN 22-25. PUD 22-10 and sub 22-42. This is a request for R1 zoning designation for the annexation and a subdivision approval for Traverse Creek, single-family attached and detached subdivision, 279 residential building lots. With that, Katie, time is yours.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Katie Wright, Associate Planner, 621 Cleveland Boulevard. Before you is case ANN 22-000025, PUD 22-000010, and SUB 22-000042 for Traverse Creek. The project is 84.49 acres located on the northwest corner of Marblefront Road and Wells Road. The applicant is proposing the subject parcels be annexed into the city with an R1 low-density residential zone, along with the approval of a residential planned unit development with a preliminary plat. These are photos of the 2 parcels that make up the site. This is the preliminary plat for 148 standard single-family homes, 117 36-foot wide single-family home lots, 14 alley-loaded townhomes, along with half a basketball court and a playground. A traffic impact study has been performed and reviewed by the City of Caldwell Engineering Department. The code requires 10% open space, and they're providing 10.37%, equaling about 8.76 acres of qualifying open space. The applicant is in compliance with all landscaping, land use separation, pathway, and parking requirements. The above shows the flood zone and floodway that are in this property. There is a condition addressing meeting the FEMA requirements for construction. These are the proposed renderings for the 36-wide single-family detached homes and the alley-loaded single-family detached homes. These are the proposed renderings for the standard single-family lots. And then these are the proposed renderings for the 3 and 4 unit alley-loaded townhomes. The proposed development is surrounded by County Ag to the north, R1 to the south, R1 to the east, R1 and County Ag to the west. On the screen are the approved developments in the surrounding area. The proposed comp plan designation and development is low-density residential and is consistent with the intent of the comprehensive plan, aside from the request for the density of 3.3 dwelling units per acre. Utilities are or will be provided to serve the proposed site and are or will be adequate to accommodate the proposed development. Public agencies were notified and asked to provide comments. The only agencies that did respond with concerns were Valley View of overcrowding in the school district, and Mason Creek Ditch Company had concerns about the impacts to Mason Creek. We did receive a comment from Bailey Engineering regarding a meeting that they had with Martin Law regarding concerns about Mason Creek Ditch, addressing all of the original concerns that the Mason Creek Ditch Company had. The applicant is requesting some waivers with the planned unit development, and those are as follows: 3.3 dwelling units per acre density, which is a small increase from the allowed 3 dwelling units per acre. Some lots have less than 50-foot frontage. Lot sizes will range from 3,389 to 10,712 square feet. 0-foot interior setbacks for townhomes, and then also a 5-foot setback on the side for all the other lots. Staff finds that the request is in compliance with the Caldwell City Code and is in conformance with the comp plan. Staff recommends that if council approves the request, the request is subject to the conditions as specified in the findings of facts, conclusions of law, and order of decision.
The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the request subject to the conditions as specified in the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and order of decision. And I stand for questions.
Thank you so much. I think you made Counselor Register's day with that slide that you had showing all the development around it.
If you could go back to that.
Of course.
Real quick.
It was a lot.
Oh, it does help so much to see it like that. And,
Very good. So as you soak that in, any questions from council for staff?
Could you please go, sorry, Mr. Mayor.
No, you're good. Go ahead,
Thank you.
Counselor
Could you
Lewis.
please go back to the slide that shows the exceptions they're requesting? And explain to me the 5-foot side setbacks.
Councilman, I believe that the applicant might be able to address that a little bit better. We have had a conversation, but I want her to be able to get the plan across
Thank you.
as she wants, yeah.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, very good. Thank you so much. So we have
Thank you.
one person signed up to testify in total, not just in favor. So Bonnie Layton, the applicant's representative, you'll come forward, Bonnie, and if you'll please state your name and address for the record. And then you will be allotted 10 minutes for your testimony. We do ask you to please respect the time, and I will give you a 1 minute. When you're down to 1 minute, I'll let you know.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Bonnie Layton. I am with NV5. Our office is at 690 South Industry Way, Meridian, Idaho, 83642. I want to thank you tonight for your time. I'll try to keep this brief. I also want to thank staff. They've been really great in working with us on this project for Traverse Creek. So I'm here tonight to request your approval of the annexation and approval of our project. So with that, I will get started. Just for your frame of reference, Traverse Creek, this map shows the city limits as well as the area of impact line. So that solid dark line that's sort of on the north boundary of our site is the area of city impact. We are bordered by city limits on both our east and southern boundaries. Let's see. And our project is also bordered by Lincoln Road on the north and Marble Front Road on the south. Also important to note that KCID intersects our property kind of in half. So we will be making that connection from Marble Front up to Lincoln Road. Mason Creek as well as the Noble Drain also go through our site and making for some interesting parcel shapes. So the future land use map for this area is low-density residential. As Katie mentioned, we are requesting an R1 zoning designation, which is consistent with that. With a PUD, we believe we meet the standards for a PUD application, and which would allow up to 6 units per acre, and we are, as Katie mentioned, just slightly over at 3.3. You can see that not far from us, we have a large commercially zoned area, obviously along Highway 2026, as well as there's North Ranch Business Park in there. Let's see. So this is hopefully a better slide of what is exactly going on around the area. So Traverse Creek is located just 0.75 miles north of Highway 2026 and just 2 miles from the Franklin Road and I-84 interchange. So very good access for the residents of this community to get to other parts of the city and other areas of the region. The Summit View Middle School is just adjacent to North Ranch, and we are actually just 1 mile from the North Ranch Business Park. This makes it a very easy commute. People could even walk to work. I think you heard testimony a few weeks ago. I was here for another hearing, and there was an individual from BVA that said that they had a 10-year build time for North Ranch Business Park, and they actually built it out in 2 years. So as you know, and hats off to the city of Caldwell for really recruiting business and industry, that really helped North Ranch Business Park explode in growth and jobs. And we feel that the homes in Traverse Creek will help supply much needed residences for those employees. coming to jobs in that area. Oh, and also I might note, I pulled this up just for grins. Oops, I think I pressed the wrong one. I went onto the Department of Labor's website just yesterday, and there are almost 1,300 jobs available within the city of Caldwell. So, again, great job at providing industry. We need those rooftops to help complement and have a place for those employees to live. So this is a copy of our site plan. As I mentioned, we've got Lincoln Road on the north, Marble Front on the south. KCID is going through the site. Our overall site is 84.49 acres. We have 148 single-family residential lots, 14 townhome lots, which are on the east side of KCID. There's a very oddly shaped parcel in there. They do not take access off of KCID. I want to make sure that's clear. 117 36-wide patio home lots. There's actually, in the city code, there's open space and qualifying open space. So as Katie mentioned, we meet the standards for the qualified open space. We're not allowed to count irrigation easements and drainage ponds that might otherwise function as open space. If we were to count that, there's actually 28 acres on this site of open space, which is 33.14% open space. We have a pathway along Mason Creek. We feel that this will be a very comfortable community for people to recreate. And again, the proximity to regional transportation infrastructure as well as job opportunities. In the top right corner of this slide, I've identified where the different product types are. So what we did is we transitioned the density from low density on our northern and eastern boundary to the smaller lots kind of moving towards the southwest. This is a more technical drawing of our project. I do also want to note that in the Canyon 4 Highway District's letter that was provided as part of the comment package, they made the statement that the KCID north-south connection is very important and will provide an alternate access corridor and relieve congestion on both Aviation Way and Middleton Road. So they were really in support of this. It's a very significant infrastructure, costly infrastructure to build because of the crossing of the drain. And so I think we had discussed that at the planning and zoning hearing, that this will really help this area of town. Let's see. So just for a phasing plan, I believe that the water and wastewater will come from the northwest corner along Lincoln Road. That's where we will be starting our phasing. Of course, we will comply with all FEMA regulations for the floodplain that's in that area. We're aware of it and will design our construction plans accordingly. So right now we're anticipating that there would be 6 phases of this project. And they're broken out as you see on the map here. Timing-wise, I know that's often a question. We plan building phase one phase per year, and hope to start vertical construction in the spring, early summer of 2024 if we were to obtain approval tonight. So just from a timing standpoint, I know there's a lot of improvements that are happening along Highway 2026, and so with the growth that's out there, we feel that this is a timely project and that the timing is appropriate. So as we provided in our application, there are some renderings of what the product will look like. These are the single-family residential lots. We also provided pictures of what those homes would look like. These are just additional images. The 36-foot wide lots, this is how these homes would look, and you can see up in the top corner where those are located. And then the townhome lots, as I mentioned, there are just a handful that are on the
east side of KCID, and they will be alley loaded, so they'll front onto KCID, but they won't take direct access off of that road. So I think with that, that concludes my presentation. How did I do?
1 minute and 25 seconds to spare. But even better than that, that last comment was like, put me to at ease. I'm like, oh my gosh, they're having all these houses onto KCID to get access. So when you said that alley loaded,
Yeah.
that was like some Tums to my tummy. So it made me feel a lot better. I'm like, what are you thinking, Rob? Why didn't you catch that one? But I guess you did. Good job. Any questions from council for Bonnie? Yes, Councilor Doty.
I didn't see anything or as much detail about the school. Did you reach out to the schools and are you working with them, or how was that conversation?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Doty. So we do have an agreement with the school district. This property owner is Corey Barton. I know I mentioned it at the last meeting. He's worked with the school district to donate a 12.6 acre site. It's a significant investment given the land prices these days. Far exceeds what would normally be given for any sort of arrangement.
You know what the value, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor.
No, go ahead.
Do you know what the value of that is, just offhand? Because at some point,
Sure.
it wears itself out, right? And I don't want to make it sound that that's a small investment, but I think it'd be great to have a number of how much that's worth, just based on, like what you're saying, it's well more than, $100 a door or whatever, but.
I haven't looked at that specific piece of property, but I do know that land in Caldwell is transacting anywhere from $100,000 an acre to over $300,000 an acre, depending on where it is. So that's the best answer I can give on that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good. And I could be way off, but I know going off of like at Sky Ranch, at least, this could be a lot different residential to that, but it's $7, $8 a square foot is pretty good. And actually we'll be looking at some of that property. So if it was at that, you're looking at over $3 million on that. So just again, going off of what you see at Sky Ranch, which is in the vicinity, but it is commercial versus residential, but just throwing that out there.
Thank you,
That
Mr.
is a
Mayor.
good chunk of change.
Yeah.
Yes, Councilor Williams?
Mr. Mayor, Katie said you were gonna explain 5-foot setback to me. I must have missed it.
I did not mention that. My client typically builds to a footprint and a lot size that accommodates a 5-foot setback. He has a program that he uses throughout the valley to build homes. He's also found that the customers that he sells his homes to appreciate that there's more room in the backyard as opposed to a 6-foot side yard that usually ends up being sort of no man's land, not really usable space. So that's typically the program that he uses for that, and it's consistent with a lot of other jurisdictions, both here in the valley and I think even over in Emmett, where it's a 5-foot side yard setback.
5 yards, that's great.
5 yards.
5 foot. Thank you for that.
Stop.
Good. Any other questions? Yes, Councilor Elgin.
So I heard your explanation, but I didn't understand it completely. So if there's a 5-foot setback on the side yards, does that mean there's a total of 10 feet between houses, 5 feet on each side?
That is correct, Councilman Allgood.
Okay.
Any other questions for Bonnie? Okay, very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, that is, as I mentioned, that is the only person signed up to testify on this item. So I would stand for a motion to close the public testimony portion of this hearing.
Moved.
And a second.
Second.
So a motion from Councilor Doty, second from Councilor Stoddard to close the public testimony portion of this hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. So this is before you, so don't open the vote quite yet. But I appreciate you getting right there. Any discussion amongst council is appropriate this time. Any questions for staff? And also any motions are appropriate at any time also. So,
Mayor,
yes, Councilor Williams.
I have a question for staff, and I don't know who to address this to, but with both of those canals going through there, it reminds me of a doubt or a concern I've had. Who's responsible for the maintenance of those canal easements? A lot of them around the city look pretty abandoned, look pretty blighted. Now we've got homes being built, with these canals here. It looks like they're sending it to you, Rob. So does this fall on the canal, or does this fall on the development? And how can we work so that within the city, our canals don't look abandoned?
So, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Williams. That is a very good question, and the canals have, for 100 years, have been a question of maintenance and how do we deal with that. In this case, these canals are both, they're either, I can't remember if one of them's a drain and one's a canal.
Elijah Drain, right?
Yeah, so the Elijah Drain's gonna be a Bureau of Rec facility, and the Noble Drain will be a Bureau of Reclamation facility, and those are under the steward of Pioneer Irrigation District. So Pioneer Irrigation District has the charter to make sure that the drains function properly and are maintained to make sure that they continue to function. Now, when you talk about maintenance up on the bank, in my opinion, technically that's still their responsibility. But I don't know that it's very clear in this case where there may be property that encroaches onto the drains. Oftentimes property lines go to the center line of the drain, then there may be some responsibility on the homeowners. It is certainly, it probably would not hurt Pioneer Irrigation District's feelings or the Bureau of Rec if the HOA had some kind of a program to go keep the weeds down up on the tops of the banks and just try to keep the area clean. And so I think it's kind of it could be a quasi solution there between both entities to do some kind of a maintenance program.
Thank you. And to be clear, drains have water in them year-round, canals don't. Am I correct in that basic assumption?
Correct. So the differentiation is that a canal is a water conveyance to irrigate, and so those are generally the systems that sit higher up, and they're typically wider, and they have basically outlets that go and feed the farms. The drains are basically the return water that take the water from the farms, the tailwater, and run it out to the river. And they also collect groundwater, which is kind of a critical component as well. So the drains are the ones that tend to be much deeper. All of the drains that have names like the Elijah Drain, the Moses Drain, or the Dixie Drain, those are all Bureau of Rec facilities. All of the canals are either Pioneer facilities or other irrigation facilities.
Thank you. And the Dixie Drain is another example where it's partly maintained and partly not, and it looks horrible in some places. So I would like, if this is put forward, that there be a requirement that the HOA maintain it so that we could begin to correct this in the city and make this look more pleasant.
Yep. And I will mention one more thing. All of the name drains, like the Elijah Drain, the city is currently working through a drain transfer agreement with the Bureau of Reclamation and with Pioneer Irrigation District. And so at some point when that agreement's completed, those drains will become the city's. The city will maintain those drains, but then the city will also have flexibility to use those easements for pathways and other amenities. And so that drain transfer is in the works currently.
And should happen any day, correct?
Yes.
Which is what I was told when I started working at the city 10 years ago next month. Yes, Councilor Doty.
Just one comment on Councilor Williams is, I just want to make sure the HOA would have the authority to do that, since it sounds like it's a gray area. I'd hate to make a mandate and then they can't.
He suggested they did, that's why.
Yeah, work with them for sure, but I don't know if, we don't really know who has the authority, so have an HOA just come do something to their canal bank.
I think if they were down in the drain, that would be questionable, and the irrigation districts may not appreciate that. I think it's something that the HOA could certainly reach out to Pioneer Irrigation District, and they could coordinate on some sort of a maintenance program if that was the council's desire.
Yeah, no, thank you for that comment, appreciate that. Any other questions for staff, or discussion, or motions?
Oh, I don't know. Did we close the public hearing? We're good?
Yes, we did.
We're good?
Yep.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Counselor Richner.
so I'm gonna read this one, number 6.
That is the one we were on, yes.
Okay, based upon the testimony and evidence record in this matter and upon the findings of fact and conclusions of law, I move that ANN 22-000025 for annexation and zoning to include a development agreement, and for PUD 22-10 and SUB 22-42 for a planned unit development with a preliminary plat be approved subject to the conditions presented. And then do I have to add something then about the HOA?
Yes, so an additional condition as, stated regarding the maintenance of the HOA, and probably, as Councilor Doney mentioned, as allowed by the facility with the ownership. What's the best way to put that, Rob? That work?
Probably as in agreement or cooperated with the Bureau of Reclamation, and in this case, it would be Pioneer Irrigation District, or whichever irrigation district, or I don't know if we want to put something in there for at some point in the future where maybe the city owns the facility, if we still want that to be in place or not. And so you could put over the current owner of the drains or something to that effect.
I like that, yeah, with the current owner, working with the current owner as far as regards to the maintenance and upkeep of the drains. Does
That was
work?
it.
Okay, so then we have a motion for approval with conditions outlined and the condition added, and then we have a second from Councilor Williams. Any discussion on that motion? Okay, then with that, voting is now open. And all votes are cast, so voting is now closed, and that motion does pass unanimously. We have a motion to close this public hearing item.
So moved.
We have a motion from Councilor Stoddard and a second from Councilor McGee to close this public hearing item. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That motion passes. And that moves us on to action item number 7. Again, this is the housekeeping item following any annexation for the bill and ordinance. We're going to get to read this every time. Bill number 77. Is there any way to waive this, Mr. Attorney? Or do we have to read this every time? Yeah, let's say we did that in the legislature. So can we do that?
You asked, Mr. Mayor, are you asking if you can avoid reading the entire title of the bill?
Mm-hmm.
So as I understand it, the code provides for 2 waivers. One is to waive the 3 reading rule.
Mm-hmm.
And one is to waive the reading of the bill in its entirety and read it by title only. I think in the legislature, they also read by title only, which includes the entire title. But maybe...
So they do unanimous consent on it, so maybe we should look into that. Well, I'll go ahead and read it, but I know like they do just unanimous consent to bypass that, so you don't even have to read the title.
Yeah, it gets complicated because I think that's in Robert's Rules of Order that allows unanimous consent. And so we might have to adopt that, and that creates
maybe just that
some
one
other
portion.
issues.
So,
And Mr. Mayor, I'll just say, it may be possible to change the way that the ordinances are drafted so the titles are not so cumbersome.
I think we'd all appreciate that. But they're sick of me hearing me read this, and I'm sick of reading it, to be honest. So, okay, here we go. Bill number 77, ordinance number 3471. An ordinance determining that certain land lays contiguous to the city limits of the city of Caldwell, county of Canyon, state of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed to the city of Caldwell, Idaho as part of the R1 zone. Declaring said lands by a proper legal description as described below to be a part of the city of Caldwell, Canyon County, Idaho, directing the city engineer and planning and zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the city of Caldwell, Idaho, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the clerk of the city of Caldwell to file a certified copy of the ordinance and map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, state of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Williams.
I move to sponsor Bill number 77, ordinance number 3471, and move for its passage by title only and approve the summary for publication.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
A motion from Councilor Williams and a second from Councilor Stoddard for passage of Bill number 77, ordinance number 3471. Any discussion on that motion? Then the voting is open. All votes are cast, so voting is closed, and that does pass unanimously. Oh. Okay, that moves us on to action item number 8. Consider resolution authorizing the purchase of OpenGov budget planning and procurement in the amount of $47,500 for use by the finance department. And Ray Lynn.
10 more to go.
Couple more, we're halfway there.
I got a picture of my table.
Empty. Okay. Oh, good.
That is
That's
not
what
it.
the meeting is telling you that your table.
We can have the argument. That one's it. Which button was it? Okay. I'll make it super quick, but, ultimately, currently we use, a really outdated process for both our budgeting and our procurement. And so I've done some research and come up with a solution called OpenGov. This is a dual process, but, our current process, we use manual data time. It takes a lot of staff time. Obviously, it's very difficult when creating reports and presentations, especially the budget book. It's very, Springbrook's great for financial, but not for budgeting. You've seen our budget book. It's very long and not much detail. So with OpenGov, what's nice is we will be able to, with our budget book, add pictures, add detail, add verbiage. You'll be able to look at budgeting as priority-based and really look at as budgeting as something that's strategic planning, so, which would be really nice. With purchasing, right now, it's time-consuming. It's very limited and costly to the city just because it is a very manual process. And there's not really an option for citywide purchasing, so. OpenGov, you can kind of see, there's a lot of, facilities or a lot of modules with OpenGov. They have reporting and transparency, which we'll get, and then the budgeting and planning and the procurement. We're not getting the financial, and we're not getting the asset management or permitting and licensing, but those are something that we could move towards the future. But right now, we're just getting the budgeting, planning, and the procurement side of it. Then the budgeting and planning, they have the operating, which definitely, like I said, goes line by line. It's very collaborative and allows for a strategic process. They have capital planning, which is really nice, allows to really look at our capital plan, really looks at investment and looks for future of where the city is going. And so I'm really excited to really get that started. The workforce planning will be essential come next year with our fire department. I think that will be a huge asset for us. And this is 80% of our budget. So when you really look at that, right now I'm using an Excel worksheet, which is great, but this will be something where we can run projections and so it'll be really nice. We'll also have an online budget book. So this will be something that people will be able to look at. Like I said, it'll be a digital footprint. We'll be able to add pictures and verbiage, and so it'll be something that there'll be graphs. People will be able to look at the data and be able to access that. With procurement, so there is a process, there's the solicitation development. So we'll be able to both look at RFPs, RFQs. Right now, our templates are Brent can speak to that too. I work with police on their body-worn cameras RFP, and that template, took me 2 days to write, which was fine, but that's 2 days of staff time. So that's something that this will have a template already created that we can just modify a little bit of verbiage and then put it out there. So that'll be really nice. It'll also open up our suppliers, so give us more suppliers, not only local suppliers, but
better supplier, something that they can offer us better pricing, more standardized pricing, and hopefully cheaper pricing with better quality. Also, we'll have better evaluation. So a couple of weeks ago, we talked about the airport evaluation of the A, B, C, D, and D. So this will be consistent evaluations when we're awarding RFPs, so that if we do get a public records request, that we can show the public that we're being transparent with our purchasing process. And then contract management. So this will allow us, when we do need a contract, to have a contract in place. Right now, we're not so consistent when we do have contracts. So, these are really just a little bit of the benefits between the budget and procurement. So what I'm asking for, this is a 3-year contract, but what I'm asking for today is just the $47,500, which will come from contingency. So not an increase in our budget. It's just a move from our contingency in general fund, which we have $187,000 available. So we'll move $47,500. And that will early implement the budget book for August, and then it'll allow us to access the procurement software early. And then in fiscal 24, I will ask for the remaining amount in my budget request for finance. But this is kind of, and we would sign a 3-year contract, but I spoke with the attorneys and we do have an appropriation clause. So they did sign off on that. Any questions?
Very good. Working smarter, not harder. So it looks fantastic. So yes, Councilor McGee.
I agree, Mayor. I just wanted to see if are there any other cities in the Treasure Valley or any other of your colleagues that use this?
So ACHD currently uses the procurement service software, and actually State of Idaho uses, if you ever have used the State of Idaho Transparency website, that is OpenGov. So.
Thank you.
Excellent. Any other questions? Okay, very good. So welcome to the 21st century, just 23 years late, but no, it's exciting. It really is. So thank you so much. And Raylan's done so much work and researching all this, and appreciate her expertise and looking at all these things. So it's great. We really do appreciate that. Okay, so this is just a resolution. So if there's no questions for staff, if there's any discussion or any motions for approval of this resolution.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor Doty.
Make a motion to consider a resolution authorizing the purchase of OpenGov budget planning and procurement in the amount of $47,500.
Very good. So we have a motion for approval of the resolution. Do we have a second?
Second.
So a motion from Councilor Doty and a second from Councilor Register for approval of this resolution for OpenGov budget planning and procurement. With that, the voting is open. All votes are cast. The voting is closed, and that motion does pass unanimously. That moves us to action item number 9, consider Bill 22, Ordinance 3506, authorizing the annexation of Langley Hall subdivision into the Caldwell Municipal Irrigation District. The request to move first passage by title only. Are you doing this one, Rob? Or is this just me read and vote on it? I guess that's true, yeah. Never mind. No, I don't. I like you, but no, stay there and be quiet. Bill number 22, ordinance number 3506, an ordinance of the city of Caldwell, Idaho, annexing a portion of property within the corporate city limits into the Caldwell Municipal Irrigation District of the city of Caldwell, Caney County, Idaho, and changing the boundaries thereof, directing the city engineer to alter the boundary map accordingly, declaring the intent of the city to pool water rights and apply a uniform method of allocating assessments and charges, and providing an effective date. Do we have a sponsor of this bill and ordinance?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Allgood.
I'll sponsor bill number 22, ordinance number 3506, and move first passage by title only.
Very good. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion from Councilor Allgood and a second from Councilor Doty for passage of bill number 23, ordinance number 30. Hold on a second. Bill number 22, ordinance number 3506. Any discussion? Okay, with that, voting is open. All votes are cast, so voting is closed, and that passes unanimously. Now we are on action item number 10, which was actually withdrawn, so that's nice. So we move on to action item number 11. Consider resolution authorizing the use of ARPA funds by the Caldwell Fire Department. I see Chief is here, so thank you for waiting for this. So purchase of Enox Emergency Access System upgrade in the amount of $210,010. Chief Perry, it is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, council, coworkers, night owls who are still here. I appreciate your time. So what we're looking to do is utilize some ARPA funds to upgrade our current NOx system to the Enox system. Our current NOx system is a quick response box that's located on every commercial structure, schools, hospitals, and anywhere we need to get. Inside that box, there's keys to the facility to make entry, and/or there could be identification sticks for hazardous material awareness, MSDS sheets, things of that nature. The keys to access those boxes are inside all of our fire apparatus and our first response vehicles, which are secured. Right now, it's an antiquated key system. If one of us was to take the key out and lose that key, it is the key to the city. One key opens all boxes. It is a little nerve-wracking to have such a system like that, but it is a very efficient and time-saving device to have. The Enox system basically is an electronic fob, just like your car fob. It is inside a lockbox inside the apparatus, which takes a key code, which is personalized to the individual who's taking that key out. So we know date and time when it's been removed and where it's been accessed. Use that key fob to unlock the box. If that key fob is lost or not returned to its holder within any specified time, let's say 15 minutes, the fob is dead, and it doesn't matter. It's replacing the fob and then putting policies and procedures in place to identify why that fob was lost. The other thing besides the immense safety issue that we would take care of is that the devices themselves can be submastered to PD, water department, any target hazard facility. So fire department would have access, but if we bought additional boxes, they can be mastered by the same program, and we can give PD access to high value targets as well as water department gates, and anything in the city that we wanted to use them for. So we can tier those down. Everybody gets a personalized code to access, and again, it's a time-stamped date. And so it works great for the city. The other major thing is as our cities grow together, emergency response, our closest unit, is the way we're going to respond to emergencies. So we may have a incident in Caldwell, but a Meridian unit might be on the freeway driving through and 10 minutes closer than any additional unit. As Meridian, Boise, CUNA, Eagle, Midstar, and Nampa are all utilizing and moving towards these devices, they would be able to access any of our buildings the same way we could access theirs because the code systems are the same. So it gives that mutual aid, that mass mutual aid, that quick responsibility to all of our units as we move and upgrade the Treasure Valley. So being in line with the Treasure Valley Fire Service and providing a safer means of accessing these buildings, this is what we're looking to do. Again, we're looking for the ARPA funds for the $210,000. What that does, it provides the key system for all the apparatus. It provides the fob system for all the apparatus. It will provide the software, and we will have to manually go to all 802 current NOx boxes in the city and manually change out those tumblers, which should take, after you get good at it, maybe 3 to 5 minutes. It's just going to be a little time sensitive to get it done. So we're giving ourselves a year to accomplish that task, but that's what the funds will cover. I stand for any questions.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Appreciate that explanation. Any questions from any council members?
Quick
Yes,
question.
Councilor Olga.
Yeah, Chief. So will the NOx boxes have to have some power to them for these fobs to use now? How does that work?
No, sir. The fob itself stores power in it as it's charged inside the holder of the engine. So when it's removed, it has a battery backup, and that battery will die in about 24 hours if we don't put a time-sensitive turn-off switch or kill switch within the software.
Thank you.
Yep.
Good. Any other questions? Okay, excellent. Sounds like a great system. Sounds exciting too. Okay. Very
Out
good.
of curiosity, there doesn't have to be power on the building?
Correct. The boxes themselves do not require power, so there's no upgrade, there's no difference to the existing boxes, it'll be seamless to the community as we make this change out. The boxes we're ordering now for the apparatus will have the key and the electric fob until we do 100% changeover, and then future apparatus will only have the fob system, and I will collect all of those keys personally and then take them to the shredder, so they're not out there anymore.
Very good, excellent, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, very good, thank you again, Chief Perry, really appreciate you being here. Okay, so this is before council now, so this is a resolution authorizing the use of ARPA funds for the purchase of the Enox Emergency Access System. Do we have any motions for that approval?
So moved.
In a second?
Second.
Motion from Councilor Stodic and a second from Councilor Register for approval of this resolution. Any discussion on that motion? With that, voting is open. All votes cast, so voting is closed, and that passes unanimously. We are now on to action item number 12. Consider resolution renewing the contract with Republic Services as Caldwell Sanitation franchise contractor. Mr. Orton, thank you so much.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you. The City Council has was happy with Republic's performance, and I will give you my personal professional opinion that it was a good move. You asked us to seek a renewal of a contract with them, and so I want to just hit a few items, a few high points, and these wonderful folks from Republic have come and are ready to speak as well. But there's just a few things. There was a lot of interest in recycling, and so the contract as it stands before you would add recycling as an included feature. That takes time to roll out. So October 1st, we'd actually be in a status quo with just the regular growth rates in the contract. And by the way, that growth rate limitation is the last item, last perk of the contract that has been negotiated on your memorandum there in the council packet on page 623 of your packet. But it's this year the CPI is in excess of that 4.95%. Every time that happens, you have a compounding benefit. And if it's less than that, we don't pay a 4.95. We pay the lesser of the actual index or the 4.95% cap in the contract. So it would take October 1st, we'd be at a status quo basically, and then April 1st is when it is by April 1st that we could have the recycling cards rolled out to everybody, pun intended, and then be able to go ahead and launch the program. People could use it. It is bi-weekly, so it's every other week, just like the subscription program is. And we've gone through a lot of paces to keep that cost low. One element is it's about a $5 or $6 cost in total, but if someone is making it with one 95-gallon cart right now and they decide to reduce down, get a recycling cart, which is going to be a 95-gallon recycling cart, then they could probably reduce down to a 48-gallon cart, and then they would come out of it with about a $2.67 increase from a non-subscription customer to a subscription customer. And those that are subscribing to recycling right now will see about close to $2 decrease in their costs to be it's just going to go down for them because it'll be across the board. So some of the things that increase costs, Republic ends up having to run 2 additional routes to pick up all that recycling, because with what we do with subscriptions now, compared to what it would take to add everyone, would add 2 additional routes. We have done a couple things to lower that. One of them is we've said, hey, we have accepted trash in bags. Basically, they call it unlimited service. So you've got your cart out there and you've got bags of trash as well. There's some challenges with that. Bags, they can be unsightly. They can be a pet attack target, right? And spread trash on the street. They also can actually pose a danger to the drivers, because if they're picking those up and there happens to be broken glass in them or something, there's a lot of instances that drivers are injured by objects like that in plastic. So what we've asked in the contract, or proposed anyway in the contract, is that we would eliminate that. And we'd say, hey, you've got to have it in a cart. As you look at the schedule though, it's really inexpensive to add another cart. And that cost savings, because the driver's no longer having to get out. What they have to do now is they'll tip the cart, and then they get out and they have to throw the bags that are loose into the cart and tip it again, and if there's enough bags, they do that repeatedly until they get all the trash taken care of. If it's all in a cart, they can pick it up with the machine. They don't actually have to get out of the cart or out of the truck, and so there's a savings, and Republic is passing that on to us. Next item, recycling commodity. The recycling commodity, China pulled out of the plastic recycling market in about 2017. And it was kind of a crisis, a worldwide crisis for plastic recycling. So it's not, at this point in time, it actually costs a little bit more to dispose of, to recycle that plastic than it does to just tip it. And that's partly because Pickle Butte has an absolutely awesome tipping rate, which will probably go up in time. They've got capital improvements they're going to have to make, and so we should expect that that'll increase in time. But there have been just a couple of little blips in time over the past several years where recycling commodity has come net positive. It is built into the contract, however, and something that Republic's doing, they're actually building a West Coast plastic recycling facility that's going to help make haul times and things reasonable, so that it's going to have a big increase in the probability that that plastic could tip over to a positive net commodity value. If it goes positive, 80% of the commodity value would be rebated back to the city. And you could decide as the council whether you're going to use that to lower the rates for the customers, or whether you're going to use that as something to make community improvements. Leaf drop stages, there's still going to be unlimited recycling for yard waste. It just needs to be in what's called a craft bag. And Rochelle had to educate me on this. Craft with a K. You can buy them at grocery stores or hardware stores. Pretty much, they're ubiquitously available. And the cost is pretty similar to what a reasonable quality plastic bag would be. And so those paper bags, you can set leaves out in those any time of year. And then they would also they would distribute a few roll-off containers for leaves around town when leaves are prevalent. So at leaf drop sites. This Republic has partnered with the Sienna education programs in the past, and they propose to continue to do that with $10,000 a year, which you could put. One of the things we talked about is sponsoring a Zamboni wrap and putting $10,000 into the plaza every year. That's the council's prerogative to choose where that goes, but that's something they'd like to continue to do with us, is partner in some way for a community benefit that way. And with that, if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to just give a little time to Republic and then stand for questions. Would that be okay?
Yeah, well, do you want to stand for questions first? Is that all right? And
Sure.
then we'll go to Republic. Any questions for Brent in regards to?
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Councilor Stoddard.
Mr. Arnold, I was just curious, so is there a price increase for the regular customers that don't have
Yes.
recycling?
There is, yeah. So if you want to see that, the place to look for that would be on page in your packet. And you notice that Debbie provided a revised packet for you on this item only. Mm-hmm. And that's because we had the October 1st deployment of this showed as if the recycling was already included, and that's not going to be included until the April 1st, 2024.
And what does it have to do to qualify as a senior or veteran? You have to apply for that, or?
I don't know. I think you have to request that, so let Rochelle speak to that, yeah. Okay. So the only difference then you'll see there, are you able to bring up that email?
That's right, I don't need to know what it is.
Okay, yeah. So it's going to be it's roughly $6 and change more that the regular customer is going to get if they keep their 95-gallon trash cart and they obtain their and the recycling will be included. But if you are making it with a 95-gallon cart, you'd be able to shrink down your trash cart, and then you bring your costs. You could bring it down as far as to a 48-gallon cart and get like within $2.67 of the same cost.
Any other questions for Brent? Okay, very good. Sounds like you already got one question on that. If you don't mind answering about the seniors and the veterans, how they qualify for that.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for staying this late, not going home and continuing us till later. Yes, so, to answer your question, Councilman Static, it would be, what you just apply one time for either senior status or veteran status, because those won't ever be undone. I mean, so once you qualify, and we have 65 and older as a senior, and then, the standard proof of, being having veteran status, and that's about 10% off. So you could, like, it would, for example, with the to Brent's point, I guess it's right now, it's, by October 1st, it'd be $13.96, or just about $14 for trash only. And then it would go up to, $19 and some change when adding recycling. And that's for the biggest of everything carts. But, the rate is really determined just by your trash. So the more you recycle and the lower your trash is, then you could go down 2 levels, and you can combine a smaller trash cart with a senior or veteran status. So, I was actually just pulled it up on my phone if you want to hear what that looks like, just out of curiosity.
So you can do it online then?
No. I mean, you can do it online, or you can call one of our customer service representatives and have that done too. But, for example, so if you go to like a smaller cart and you're a senior or a veteran, then it would be $15.60. So really you'd be going up $1.60 if you went down and you were a senior, to add recycling. And we have found really high adoption rates. And so, and generally in every place where we've rolled out recycling, we see, about 97% of the people actually use it. And we count use as at least one time a month, because it's every other week. So, and then we would address the yard waste as year round. You could still put out your yard waste and leaves and things like that, and craft paper bags. Did you guys have any other questions?
I have a question. So when we were talking about this before, I wanted to make sure that people were not going to be required to recycle, because we don't like to force stuff on people like that. So is everybody just going to get a cart and automatically have it on their bill, and then they have to turn it back if they don't want it? Or do they have to enroll for it?
So, yes, thank you, Mayor and Councilwoman Register. So nobody's going to be required to recycle. It will be built into their rate, and they can opt out ahead of time. So they'll have a cart order form, like if they want to switch cart sizes for trash or what size recycling cart, and they can opt out of recycling. It won't drop their rate, but they're not forced to recycle and they're not forced to take a cart. So, but that it would be we would still maintain inventory for everybody. So we would still have a cart if they chose to recycle, but nobody's being forced to recycle.
But they're being charged for it even if they don't do it?
They would be, yes, it'd be embedded in the cost of the program. So it would be part of the basic suite of services.
Other questions? Councilor Williams?
Mayor, Rochelle, thank you for all your help in so many ways, tires and everything else.
Sure.
You've been really easy to work with. We started talking about this a little over a year ago, and I think there's some real benefits to this, including the fact that the dump is filling up, and this will slow down that fill rate so that in 20 years we might still have room there, rather than 15 or 20 years from now us having to worry about another landfill. And stuff like that is important to me. I'm pained, though, still at the increase at all. And I know you've worked long and hard with Brent. Brent and I have had several conversations about this, to try and get to a zero increase in effectively doing this. I had someone just today say, why should I have to pay for a cart when they're making money off my recycling? The understanding of people, perception is reality sometimes. And we're going to have to do a lot on messaging if we choose to roll this out. But to increase anything at this time is painful for me, even if it's only just under $3 a month. And I don't know how to fix that. I know you've worked hard on this. I know I even emailed you and asked you, is there any more room? The old saying, you can't get blood from a turnip. Sometimes I've met people that could get turnips from blood. Are we at our bottom dollar on this? Are we at our bottom line? And then I would turn it around on us at the city. Where are we at that we can't adjust that almost $3? And I know Ray Lynn and I were briefly just in passing discussing this. Somehow I'd love to get this to a zero increase, and I don't know if that's possible. And if it's not, I don't know if this is the right year to do it when eggs and gas and the cost of everything else. From a city perspective, just to see us raising rates right now, is difficult for me. And I'm the one that was pushing for this a year ago. So I'm looking for a happy medium. And I don't know if I'm asking you a question or just,
No, I'm happy to answer, Councilman Williams. So a couple things here. There's this thought that recycling makes money, and actually we take the bombs with the cherries, right? So the idea of diverting from the landfill is really the goal. So we don't get everyone's aluminum cans, and to be honest, that's okay with us. Like a lot of people recycle them for a philanthropy, or they recycle them at home and they take them in for money, and that's great. And so what we're left with are really the materials that cost money to recycle. So there's a cost of service to do it. Is it the right thing to do? It definitely is in high quality communities. And as you look across the valley, every other community has wholeheartedly supported recycling, including like Middleton and Nampa. I mean, we've had those programs out there and they've been very well received, and no one's looking. When those rate increases were rolled out, there was not a lot of pushback because it's a service that people have wanted for a really long time. As far as getting to a net zero, if there was a time that when recycling was profitable, and so we applied that against the cost of service, and it was almost zero. And so that's why we built into this model. If we see that swing, which historically since the 70s it's been profitable, but then since China shut down with both the two steps like China Sword and China Fence, they shut down and they don't take materials anymore. So domestic markets are slowly emerging. So we've been net negative for probably 6 years now, but we're starting to see that turn. And so that's why we built into this contract, we would give it back to you, in the event it swings back, that money would come back to the city to be applied against rates. So I would say it would be a cost of service now to roll it out. I think this is a really great, I mean, we really flipped over a lot of rocks to make this happen, but the reality is that the trucks are, $350,000 each, and we'd need 2 new trucks, and the carts, we'd have to buy carts to roll it out as well, and then hire a driver. And so those costs are not offset by commodity values. But there will be a time when, I think, I probably should not gamble, my boss is here, but there's likely to be a time when that market swings back, and then the money would come back to the city, and you could apply it toward rates. But I can say that we generally have seen, once people have this service, we used to have a drop site, if you guys remember, at Rite Aid. I don't know if you guys remember that. But we had a drop site at Rite Aid, and it was widely used. But then it started getting abused, and people started leaving couches, and it just became like a big junkyard. And then we were running that as trash all the time because people would put their trash inside the recycling, roll-off box. So we eventually pulled it away because we were just paying for it as trash. It was additional overflow trash. We still to this day get pushback, people saying, why can't we recycle there? And when is it going to be citywide and it'll be less than it is to be a subscription service? So I think there's genuinely a lot of interest. And to Councilman Williams' point, I was here when Ada County opened the North Ravine cell. So that was going to be 100 years of additional life in that cell. And then very quickly it went to 75 years, 50 years, and now I think there's 30? 20. And this is all in the last 15 years, that this is just, we've seen this collapse, and we've worked in markets where waste is moved by rail. So, once your landfill, we have this luxury of having landfill space closed in, but that's not always the case. I mean, even the Elmore County landfill over there, Idaho Waste Systems, is rail served. So they can take waste from out of state. And we, have had landfills, actually in Washington and Utah, that are rail served, where once your landfill is full, it gets very expensive to move waste around. And it's just sort of a nod to the generation behind us, I think, too. Just a stewardship and, just consideration for who's coming behind us, I guess. So I know they're in the process here of expanding this landfill and putting in methane gas collection system. But, it's growing, and it's just one way to manage waste. And I think you guys will really like it. Did that answer your question or not really?
It did.
Okay. And we're happy to message the actual cost of the service, and then and how that how that plays out, right? Thank you.
Excellent.
Any
Yeah,
other
for sure. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Any other questions for Brent, or?
Mr. Mayor,
Did you have
just
anything
some
else?
corrections to my off-the-cuff numbers there, so you got the exact numbers. So someone who's not a recycler right now, isn't subscribed, and will end up paying $5.26 more if they hang on to their 95-gallon cart. If they went down to a 48-gallon cart, it would be only $2.73 more. And someone who's a current subscriber for recycling would see a $2.69 reduction in their cost. So, thanks.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Okay, so let's see. If we can get, so this is again action item number 10. This is a resolution for the renewal of this contract for public services. If there's any additional questions for staff or any discussion or any motions from any council members.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor McGee.
Just one quick comment, because I know it's getting late. I just want to point out, I appreciate the discussion about the facts here. And it's a good discussion to have. I just want to point out on the record, there's an organization in town called Genesis Healthcare, Mayor. I think some of us are aware of that serves Medicaid, people who are not who do not qualify for Medicaid. They were looking for a partner to work on some things with. I thought that Republic might be a good match because of some of the things they do in the community. I called them up. They came over. They met with a guy. I don't even know what the final result was, but their national company has a grant program. It's possible that more funds could come into Caldwell to help Caldwell. My point is this: a lot of companies talk about their community involvement and how much being in the community is so important to them, but these guys stepped up and came over and actually met with one of our community partners, and I thought it was really cool that they took the time to do that. So
Very good.
that's my
Thank you
say.
so much. Appreciate that. Okay, very good. Any other discussion or any motions in regards to this resolution?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilor Williams.
I move that we approve the resolution to renew the contract with public services for a period of 10 years.
Very good. So we have a motion for approval of this resolution. Do we have a second to that motion? And a second, so a motion from Councilor Williams, a second from Councilor McGee for approval of this resolution. Discussion on that motion? Okay, with that, the voting is open. And all votes have been cast, so that voting is now closed, and that does pass unanimously. And again, thank you, and I just echo Councilor McGee's comments that yes, we appreciate you have been there and you support our community so much and in so many different ways. And so it's great to hear that tidbit as well. So thank you for being a great community partner and example for so many others. So thank you for that. And for sticking with us till just about 10 o'clock. So well done. Okay, so now consider resolution authorizing the acceptance of assignment of a purchase and sale agreement property at Chicago Street for the Caldwell Water Department needed expansions. Mr. Orton.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, thank you. This is the item with the property adjacent to the water yard. It was able to be placed under contract. The owner is aware that is the city interested in buying. She really wanted to know, and Norm shared that with her. And I think I'm not positive, but I think she's happy about that. So that's good, because they aren't always. And so, but this is there's a large lot and then two smaller lots that are immediately adjacent to the water yard, just off Chicago, close to Centennial. And they, if you look in your packet this is on page 696 of your packet, you'll see first the purchase and sale agreement with amendments. It's got kind of an odd closing, with half of the earnest money going hard at 15 days and half going, forgive me, I'm not positive that's exactly the timing, but it's something like that, kind of a short turnaround. But it's property that's definitely needed for the city. Would just be with the property that we purchased recently behind it. This would kind of be another big step to completing that total. That will help us have a good spot for water and potentially street and possibly other city resources there. The big thing being keep it in one spot instead of having to relocate it and the cost savings associated with that. So that, I'd happily stand for your questions on it.
Very good. Thank you so much, Mr. Orton. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. And this is one that we've talked about in executive session on that for potential purchase of property. So this is just coming back for that finalization, obviously in a public hearing format to make that decision. So, that is, if this looks familiar, that is the reason why. Any questions for Mr. Orton?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilor Cody.
how much are we spending and where's that coming from, please?
This one's coming from the Water Department, and what we're doing is, we're not asking for a budget amendment for this purchase. Instead, we're going to reconcile with projects that we won't have the man time to complete this year. And the amount we're spending, give me a second to get you that number. There's a couple numbers tonight. I want to make sure I don't tell you the wrong one. Okay. Purchase price is $981,000, $842.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bought that land for less than $100,000.
Very good. Any other questions for Brent? Okay, thank you so much on that. Very good. So again, this is, let me get back to our resolution for the authorization to accept the assignment and purchase and sale agreement for this property. Any council discussion, questions, or any motions for that resolution?
Quick question, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
This 981 that you have listed here, does that include our agent's fees, or we have that on top of it?
The resolution says that it's this plus our cost, our share of closing costs. We're not paying any of the seller's, realty fees. We're paying only our own fees, and I don't remember off the top if that includes Norm's fee or not. So, let me see if I can find that.
And that much money, that's significant.
It is. And this one, oh yeah, page 696 in your packet, yeah. Mr. Mayor, permission to use the lifeline. Call Nora and ask him.
And I don't know, Raylene, do you know, or?
Mr. Mayor?
Oh.
Well, I'm looking at the contract, and it says the funds at closing is $1,638,727.
Oh, I think that might be the next item,
Oh,
but that's gonna be helpful.
not the same property?
Well, that one's the airport one, I think that we're gonna do next.
Oh, this says 2910 KCID.
Right, yeah, that's the airport one, yeah.
Okay. Let me click back on the link. See where it takes me this time. Oh. So.
I expect that it does not include his fee. I expect that it's we're gonna see a 3% on top of that. But I'm gonna ask him real quick.
Yeah, that's not a deal breaker.
So like another 30,000 if it's $1 million, right?
I think a closing escrow fee is like 3.5% or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Councilman Sadek.
Yeah.
It was on 30,000.
I'm ready to go ahead. It was just a question to see where we were on.
Great question. Sorry for not having that answer.
Yeah, no, that's totally fine. So yeah, if you're ready, I mean, we still stand for any motions or any discussion. So if you're ready for a motion, go right ahead.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Allgood.
I move that we move forward with the purchase of the property at 0 Chicago Street, adjacent to the Caldwell Water Department.
Very good. So we have a motion for approval of this resolution for the purchase of the property as described. And so we have a motion from Councilor Elgin, a second from Councilor Williams for approval. Is there any discussion on the motion? Okay, with that, the voting is open. All votes are cast, it looks like. So with that, voting is closed, and that does pass unanimously. So that now moves us on to the next one, and this is the one out at the airport on that. So 2910 KCID Road. Mr. Orton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and council register. When I was like, a realtor, she can help me, save me. I'm sorry for not having that number, but yeah, so this one is a little different than the other one. This is the little triangle that has been known as the settlement. The owners have cleared the property. It used to have some houses on it and may have been the home of actions of ill repute, perhaps. It just was kind of a dodgy little spot, and they have cleared the site, which is great, and then prepared it for the market. And it is really an important one to capture for the airport. The two proposals that we have are both adjacent and or overlapping in this area. And it's definitely an area where we need to be able to expand the airport there. So what we would do here is general fund. We would be asking the council to use 1.6 million of general fund to transfer that to the airport. We're performing an appraisal right now, and we'll seek a review appraisal, just endeavoring to fulfill all the federal requirements for land acquisition, so that at some point in the future this could be reimbursable. And we would hope to see that it's going to be, of course, at the 90% that FAA would reimburse at. But we'd love to see that revenue back to the airport at some point in time and just bolus their fund balance. But so the way we would approach this is a transfer from general fund to airport, and then the expense would pay out of the airport fund. Raylan, any other comments on that? Yeah, we would include that in the next budget amendment because it is not a budgeted expense, so it would have to be budgeted for and coming from fund balance, general fund balance.
How many acres are we talking about?
6. Let me see here. Let me get the real number for you. $29.10. You want to go in there, Noah? $29.10 KCID Road.
6.27.
6.27. You found that.
Mhm.
I believe her. I know that's
6.27 ish.
No kidding, yeah.
And by the way, we are just now, you'll see the paperwork for a grant for property we'll purchase. It does take quite a lot of time to get that money back from FAA, or get the substantial portion we get back from it. We're just getting paid back from the Crown Over property that we purchased at the end of the runway protection zone. And we kind of got, they were ready to sell that property, and we kind of had to act quickly on that and divide it off what the master plan suggested that we buy, to just slim it down to just the runway protection zone, the necessity. And this one is admittedly not in the way of a surface. It's just, if the expansion of the airport's really going to need this space to be included. And it is on the market. So if it sells to someone else and they build improvements, you're going to have a way more expensive proposition to acquire it.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilor Doty.
And that, if it does get refunded though, that money, I don't think it should stay in the airport fund. I think it should go back into the general fund where it came from.
That's doable. If we do that though, Raylan could speak to that. What we'd need to do, that Raylan and I discussed, and it was not striking her as a great idea, but we would need to basically make a loan to the airport fund and carry a note we need to carry a note if it's gonna be longer than 5 years between the payment and reimbursement under the FAA's policy, and there may be other financial policies at play too, anyway.
Yeah, essentially, we would have to do a loan if we wanted to do that instead of a transfer. So if we wanted to track it and have it airport fund repay back, because it's such a longer time period, we'd have to track it. We wouldn't, I mean, in the past, if the city has done loans, they've charged interest, and, you know, that could be something. If we wanted to do a loan, we wouldn't necessarily have to do something like that, but the city, you know, if that was the council's intent, we could do that, but, it wasn't, because airport fund does receive property tax increment money, a transfer is the most effective way to get this resolved.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we've talked about that before too. I guess the issue is the airport is essential to Caldwell. It just seems like every time we turn around, the airport needs more money and more money and more money and more money. Right? And so that's my concern, is it is important, but there's many other things that are important too.
Sure.
So we just talked about the budget surplus, so to speak, about 15 million after the 30%. So this takes us down to we're already down to 13.5, 13.4 just with this. If this is approved today, I'm not saying it's not needed or warranted. I just want to ensure that other things aren't left out because keep supporting the airport.
Yeah,
That's all I'm saying. They're all important, I guess, is my point.
Totally.
Mayor, I was just gonna say, council, there's two reports at the very end of your packet that I've included. One is a cash report as of March 31st, and the other is a revenue and expenditure report. So those are up to date as of this year, like current reports. So I know Rochelle gave you as of September of last year, so those numbers have changed from what Rochelle presented to now, so.
In a good way?
They're still good.
Very good. Any other questions?
A little nervous.
Okay. Very good. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Orton. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Okay, very good. So this is before council for discussion. Staff is still available for questions and any motions.
Mayor,
Yes, Councilor Williams.
I move for the acceptance of assignment of a purchase and sale agreement and the subsequent purchase of the property at 2910 KCID Road.
Very good. So we have a motion from Councilor Williams and a second from Councilor McGee for approval of the resolution for the acceptance and assignment of purchase and sale agreement for the property at 2910 KCID Road as described by Mr. Orton. Very good. Any discussion on that motion? Okay, with that, the voting is open. All votes are cast, so that voting is closed, and that does pass unanimously. And believe it or not, that gets us to our, almost our penultimate item, acceptance of the finance report. Councilor
Mr. Mayor, I move that accounts payable in the amount of $4,053,8087, represented by check numbers 1695558 through 169,880, and payroll in the amount of $568,60855, represented by check numbers 38582 through 38633, and direct deposits be accepted, payments approved, and vouchers filed in the office of the city clerk.
Very good. Do we have a second?
That was my answer.
So we have a motion from Councilor Register, a second from Councilor Williams for acceptance of the finance report. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Council reports. Councilor Register.
Yes, so since it's late, I'm going to spare you, and I'm going to bring next week a slideshow of me being a fireman for an entire day.
Next week, bring all you want.
Or 2 weeks from now. Or 3 weeks, whatever. June 6th, because I did get to participate in an event with the fire department and decision makers, and I'll just have to tell you about it next time because it's too long, right?
Very good.
So you have to watch the slideshow then.
Councilor Stodick.
I just want to thank Lieutenant Wright for keeping us safe this late.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Lieutenant. I appreciate it. And he's still awake back there. He just proved it. He moved. He raised his hand. There you go. Good. Councilor Doty.
Yes, I want to briefly, I won't do it tonight because it is late, but I'd like to talk about using some ARPA funds for the rodeo grounds. Maybe we can meet in a week and get it on the agenda where we can have someone come speak to that. I do have some estimates and some pictures and things, but again, I don't want to take up another 15 minutes, but if the council will indulge and if you will put it on the agenda, or depending on our discussion, I believe you've been involved in some of those discussions. I don't want to throw you into, or maybe you've heard about it. Let's just,
I actually haven't,
Yeah.
not in regards to ARPA funds on that.
Yeah.
But I don't know if a workshop would be good, or if it's more kind of raw enough where like me, you, and Ray Lynn sit down or something like that, or I don't know which would be better, but.
And I did get some advice from Raylyn because I provided her with some things to see if it would qualify. We believe it would, but clearly we'd want to make sure our council weighs in on that.
Yeah,
But,
oh, yeah.
but, maybe we can set some time up next week and you can see whether it's worthy enough to put on the agenda. So,
Yeah,
but I
for sure.
appreciate it.
Yeah, definitely. Councilor Williams?
Speaking of council, would they be required to attend the Parks and Rec Commission that we're forming? Because that would be important. Anyway, again, just a nod to the street department. And I know as we're looking forward to the budget season, I was really concerned that there's 8 positions open in our street department right now, that they're struggling to fill 8. And some of those starting positions are like $15 an hour, and it's no wonder we can't retain people in the street department. The same thing we're hearing all over, but I heard it again this week, and they're doing a great job out there. I'm impressed all the time with what I see them doing in our city. Just briefly, Airport Commission, working on some projects. I know Mr. Khan discussed it earlier, so I won't go over that again, but Mr. Mayor, I emailed you earlier, and I don't know that I got a confirmation from you. As we discuss big bucks to build a wash rack, I think we could put that off for a while if we just hit the reset button and repair the hose bibs out there that were destroyed. It would cost us pennies to do that, and it would get us back to square one, where we'd have functioning hose bibs, where somebody could wash, obviously with the right rules and regulations so that the runoff isn't in the wrong places. But if we treat everybody like adults and explain and enforce correctly, we might be able to put off spending hundreds of thousands of dollars that we're discussing right now because we destroyed hose bibs. And I would just recommend we spend $100 rather than $200,000 and repair the hose bibs. That's my serious recommendation, and ask that that be considered.
Yeah, no, yeah, I appreciate that, and so, no, I appreciate that, and I'll get with Mr. Orton on that, and we'll look into that, because, yeah, I agree, if there's something we can do to make it, even if it's just temporary, whatever, just to get it.
Slow things down,
Yep.
so we're not spending $200,000 this year.
Yep. Counselor Allgood?
A couple things. First of all, I've got to just let Councilor Stodic know. He made a comment about us not fixing getting schools paid for in the legislature. Well, I'm the third legislator sitting here that has yet to get it done. There's 2 before me who didn't do anything either. So,
I think you're talking about sitting legislators.
You gotta look at the mayor.
And then secondly is Lieutenant Winfield's retirement is tomorrow. If you guys remember to show up for that, it'd be awesome.
3 o'clock, so here in this room.
Here, right?
Yep.
Gotcha.
Yes, exciting for him, so I think he's heading on a cruise here pretty soon, so. Counselor McGee? Okay, very good, excellent, so, no, appreciate that, and I will be brief, but I want to give, Mr. Orton a few minutes, before I say anything.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been with the city of Caldwell for 18 years in July, and I'm so grateful for the opportunity. I've loved working here. I have determined over about the last month that there's some things I want to do, and that I've always had the notion that I was going to be able to do those things and work for the city, that I could do them both. And I was talking to a friend about trying to get some of those things going, and he's like, look, do you have time to do this? I'm like, yeah, probably not really. And he's like, well, it's trade-offs. Life is trade-offs. It's not really solutions. It's beneficial trade-offs. And so I have determined that I need to leave the city and do that. My intent is, so with that, I just want you to know, this is not an immediate thing. I want you to know how much I appreciate the opportunity that you've given me here. And I think that Caldwell is a wonderful city full of wonderful people, that we've been blessed by God because our community gives him credit for helping us, and he does help us. It's really miraculous what has been accomplished in Caldwell. So, logistically, I've talked to the mayor quite a bit about it, and I think that there's some really good things we can cause to have happen with this. My intent would be to stay until we have the budget ready to present. So possibly until August, possibly until adoption, but certainly until we have the budget ready to go. One thing that we've talked a little bit about is that it may be worth considering to go ahead and pursue getting the position filled now and let me help the new person for a short time. And then when they're like, hey, this is annoying, you need to go, then I can move on, we have talked a little bit about structure, some things structurally that could be fixed. And Mayor, I don't know if you want to talk about that, and I can just sit down.
Yeah, either way, if you want to, or I can. So.
One of the things that there are some structural things that could be improved. I do think we do need 2 deputies, and I know that there was some thought about, hey, if we do a director of aviation and take that off the public works list, are we going to be okay? Could we do it with just 1 deputy? And I really appreciate the approval for a deputy this year, mid-budget year. That's huge. So we have interviewed folks for that deputy position. We have another interview tomorrow morning, and I think that'll be our last interview. But we could do some restructuring with the engineering department. Now, I will tell you, I'm making a presumption that Mr. McDonald could be a candidate for Public Works Director. If that were to happen, and we're not taking that as a given, but if that were to happen, then, and we get 2 deputies, we could actually wait to fill our assistant city engineer as a candidate, a strong candidate for a deputy. It could leave potentially the assistant city engineer position open, and we could use that position, basically convert that, obviously with some cost margin difference, but convert that position to another deputy so that we could get the water quality side covered and the transportation side covered. And then the city engineer, the deputies would both be supervised by the Public Works Director potentially. And that's a structure that I've always felt needed to happen. In fact, when Mayor Wagner took office, I said, hey, if there's ever a change, if I ever leave or if Rob ever leaves, you really need to modify this structure. With making some modifications like that, I think we can really leave the city in a better situation and kind of take advantage of the change to make that happen. So with that, I just want to, again, to express my appreciation. I'm not gone yet, and we don't have a date picked out. I wanted to be forthright with the council. I so far have just mentioned this to the department heads and a few select other folks, so I wanted the council to hear it first and hear it from me. Aside from my managers, of course, I wanted to give them a heads up ahead of that. But I will plow to the end of the row. I love the city, and I want to leave with the best possible situations I can. So anyway, thank you. Well, I have a consulting company on the side that does engineering consulting. So I've designed a number of buildings. I designed the grocery store addition in Burley used to be an Albertsons and is now a Stokes. So if that ever collapses, that's my fault. And I've designed a few. I know it's on the record. I'm sorry. I was probably already on the hook. So a number of doctors' offices. So I do building design and then civil design, subdivisions. You might see me come back before you asking for approval on subdivisions. So I have because of what you've given me in terms of experience, I have a good broad base. I know how to work with entities well, and have a lot of customers who, in the part-time capacity or this, evenings and weekends capacity, I have not been able to serve as well as I'd really like to, and I'm excited about the opportunity possibly to get them. And I also am excited about some product development. So you might see some provisional patents that I generate, and I've always had a lot of interest in that. So I've got a patent attorney who's willing to trade me some patent work for building him a roof rack for his VW or VW bus, I should say. So anyway.
If, Brent's leaving, we might need to consider 4 deputies, 'cause,
Yeah. Well, we got the web guy now, so we got that filled in, goodness, or the AV, audio visual, so we appreciate the help. But yes, so just, obviously want to recognize Brent and the great asset he's been to the city and the hard work and dedication that he's given. And he's left it a much better place than when he found it. Not that it was in a bad place when he found it, but, he's, going out with honor and dignity, which I wouldn't expect anything less from Mr. Orton. So lots of respect for him, and he's a lot of times the smartest guy in the room when he walks in. So really appreciate his expertise on all of that. And it brings up, it opens up, it's, very sad, and we appreciate him, but it opens up great opportunities. With change comes those opportunities. So I think as we've talked, looking at, restructuring, with the public works, city engineer kind of reporting to the public works rather than a separate appointed position. So that would take some code amendments, obviously. And as was mentioned, with that deputy director, I know there have been talks about, maybe waiting, and I was kind of in agreement with that, but we will be presenting that as part of the budget discussion to actually bring that on this next budget year and to be over specifically or transportation. And I know there was some discussion tonight about kind of some of the issues we were having with traffic and construction and all this. And so it may blend into that to really have somebody that's over that, to kind of, leading the charge on that and taking a little bit of some of the load off of the city engineer, with so many projects going on right now and continuing with the growth we've had. So I think it lends itself with Brent leaving to look at adding that other deputy position where you'd have the city engineer, deputy director over water quality, and then over transportation, all underneath the public works director reporting to him. So I think that makes a really good setup and creates basically a recipe for success in that department. So very sad, but I'm still excited to work through this, and Brent's been great, and like I said, he's not leaving us high and dry. He's going to work through this process, and but we'll start moving forward with that and advertising that position. Just appreciate all that Brent's done, and as a public works director, as the mayor, and then also when I was in the planning and zoning department, getting to work with him as a planner, and it always was a lot of respect, so a lot more probably than I deserved, because he was way above my grade on that, and I appreciate him still taking my opinions to heart and that. So I appreciate Brent as a mentor, as a public works director, and most importantly as a friend. So thank you, Mr. Orton. Okay, and that's all that I have to say about that at this time. And that is all I have to say about anything else. So with that, we'll stand for a motion to adjourn in a second.
Second.
And that passes unanimously.